my stream to myself, apparently. That's different. I have to remove and re-add the video capture device. Let's try this. Okay, that's a camera of my face at least. And the screen capture? Okay, there we go. Sorry about the trouble. Let's close all this crap. And we'll do some self-advertisement and then we'll get started. So do that, and I guess we'll tell the main server too. Let's 4. I guess we need that disambiguation here. Okay. I don't really need a notification about the new upgrade. Let's start pulling up maps and start talking. So last time this AAR went for like 5.5 hours, and ideally I don't spend that much time on it this time. Like 5.5 hours is all well and good, but I was very tired at the end of that. I don't really care about what's new in Chrome either. Okay, so like people should be showing up eventually. We'll just get started talking about what the heck is going on in this game. So if you don't know, this is Imperial Diplomacy, which is a variant of the game Diplomacy. Diplomacy, like a classic board game, all about negotiation, and got this like lovely board on which each of you plays a power, and you negotiate what you're about to do during the turns, and you enter secret orders and discover whether your neighbors have followed or not followed their negotiations with you. So super interesting. This particular game is Imperial Diplomacy, which is a variant of Diplomacy, and the creator of the game is, well, the creators of the game are Flair and Ellie. Flair, I believe, was playing England in this game, very strong player. Yeah, we'll get to see how the game goes for them. I am playing the Ottomans. Both England and Ottomans, and the other large nations, if you notice, are substantially larger than the other small nations. And this game is it's a Blitz game, so 20 minutes per phase, which is very, very low for diplomacy standards. Like the typical thing is like 2 days, and you play this game over months. But this is a 1-day event, so we go very fast, and that means that for the very large powers, so the top six powers here, we play with 2 players at once. So in this game, I was playing the Ottomans with a friend, Artyma. If you'll remember from the last Blitz review, in that game I was playing the Ming, and Artyma was playing the Mughals. And we had a fair bit of fun time lying and stabbing each other, and eventually we made something work. You might notice that something is different between this time and last time. This time, so as of Imperial Diplomacy Blitz 4, we are playing on version beta 1.2? I don't actually know. Like, the waves are named a little bit differently. The waves of games are named a little bit differently than the actual maps are. So this is the map used for beta 1.2 of Imperial Diplomacy. Super interesting. There are some minor changes. One of the big changes was to this area of the map. So in Russia has changed a lot. Qing, Ming, Inuits. So if you remember from the previous version of the map, I guess I can just pull it up and we can look at it for comparison. Where's Blitz 3? Blitz 3. So here is the opening map of Blitz 3. You'll notice that there's like a separate army that's just kind of sitting in the middle of Ming. Ming has been adjusted a bit so that their position is a little more forward here. And this supply center is no longer a supply center, it's just a neutral center for Qing. So super interesting. I'm a fan of these changes. Very curious to see how they pan out. I think Ming had a tendency to get kind of crushed very early, and this army, I don't know. I think it's just a little too late to do the things that you want to do with it to get like active gameplay. Yeah, so that Qing and Russia used to just always fight, and so Russia was a little weak. They were a little overextended in this area, and so this has also been adjusted. So, before there was no one here, and it was just Russia and Qing, and now there is an Inuit presence in this part of the map. Inuits previously over here, the map wraps around, so they've got Alaska and they've got some Russian holdings too to start. So the idea is hopefully we can get an extra partner who will make the incentives for Qing and Russia more interesting and also help counterbalance Tokugawa, who I think people had generally agreed was one of the stronger powers in the previous map. Yeah, so I guess the relevant bit for me here as Ottomans is that Russia has also changed substantially on this side. So here's the new Russia, and flip over to the old Russia. You'll notice there's no Siberian tundra. This area of the map is gone. And Russia has now an extra unit in this area. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess this unit, and then there's this fleet here. But in the new version of the map, this is always going this way, right? There's like 4 units here. We'll see what happens in the moves, but this ends up making a very large difference very early on. As far as the Ottomans are, I don't believe anything has changed except for this small province here. So in the previous map, this just connected to Van, and oftentimes this led to Safavid's players just immediately gunning it for the Ottomans, sending all their units to the west. Because these things connected, you could try to force Baghdad or force Trebizond in year 1, and it was just very painful for the Ottomans to defend anything at that point. So yeah, nice map balance improvement. Yeah. What else? This is all the same. I suppose these impassable areas were made super jagged for some reason. I don't know, but I think it's kind of all the same. This little connection, the sneaky connection between Wadai and Zagawa was added, so there's a little bit more flow between the Ottomans and Abyssinia player here. I guess this was also a little bit recombined, right? So Zagawa, Hawara, Darfur, and then here Zagawa, Hawara, Darfur, and there's this new province that just connects all of these. Yeah, I'll give my thoughts about this when the game actually gets around to this being relevant. I am a little bit unsure about this change, but I don't know. I'll express my opinions more clearly when we'll see their impact. Yeah. So anything else to talk about before we see the first set of moves? Hey, Shifty. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm very glad to have you here. So for folks who don't know, Abyssinia is this power, and Artyma and I are playing the Ottomans, and we are immediately going to war with Abyssinia. I think out of all the people to have here, I think you're the person I'd be most excited to talk about the opening with, because this is super interesting. You need to go in a bit, but you can be back after a while. All right. Do you have a couple minutes now? We can just talk spring moves, and I think this press and this conversation is going to be really interesting. But we can also just go back to it if you need to go. I don't think anyone will be objecting to going out of order. All right, let's look at the spring moves. Yeah, I'm super excited to have you here. You might have a minute. All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to keep you longer than... Oh, wait, this is the wrong... this is Blitz 3. I'm looking at the Blitz 3 server right now. Blitz 4. I don't mean to keep you if it's inconvenient. I can always go back to talking about this later. This is always going to be worth talking about. But if you have time, this is a really interesting thing. You'll give a paragraph and then go. All right. Yeah. So a thing that might be interesting for you to know is that Artyma wanted to do this pregame. I think you figured out. I think you probably could have figured that out based on how this went, right? There was a lot of, I think, tense press between the two of you. Abyssinia. Yeah, so the way that Artyma and I split this is that I was going to be controlling Europe, so like these 5 units, and Artyma was going to control Africa and Asia, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 5 units. And Artyma really wanted to go after Abyssinia early. He felt that if Abyssinia gets strong, like, if Abyssinia wins this fight against Ajuran, for example, that fighting you is inevitable. So, like, he felt like the options were, like, fight Abyssinia now or fight Abyssinia later. And he liked fight Abyssinia now because, Blitz, and you need pace. So, I don't know. I have reservations anytime I see that. If a lot of people think power X fighting power Y is like immediately the correct move on the board, then I feel like that's not super interesting, just from a map perspective, because, well, like I came to diplomacy to play diplomacy, right? Not tactics. So, like, tactics are just texture on the board, right? Like, they're the things that we negotiate over, right? Like, based on what our tactics dictate that we can do, and if the tactics usurp the actual diplomacy, then I don't know. It's not super compelling. I think this is another thing that got changed in from the previous map to this one, right? This Dutch colony had a really strong attack against this Congo colony. You could just send Satom to Lopez Bay, Fernando Po to Luango, and that was just it kind of removed the diplomacy aspect of the game between these two powers. Like, they just kind of had to go to war. I think, like, maybe the meta would have adjusted if we played a little bit more of this to, like, include more initial bounces, but I think Congo is never happy in that world. So I'm very glad that this got changed, and I don't know, I'm kind of wondering about things that might need to be changed here. Like, if we see that this is correct play, then I think that's something ought to be changed. Okay, so let's look at the press. I have not actually looked at this press. I just kind of heard verbal summaries of it from Artyma. Super clean split, yes. Yes, and you propose the bounce in Red Sea, which Artyma is not happy about because it ruins his plan to attack you. Which is, like, exactly what you were saying, right? Like, it makes the stab much less attractive. Yes, your initial plan on advice from another player that got stabbed by Ottomans is to bounce in Red Sea. Ottoman must convince you that, as a past Abbey player himself, he had your best interest at heart in getting us both to take our neutrals instead of bouncing. Yes, okay. Then he tried to say he went to Red Sea because he didn't trust me not to go there. My reaction to the stab was, well, I guess I'm dismantling the Ottomans now. Yeah, that is roughly the vibe, right? Like, he did a really good job convincing you that the Red Sea was not necessary. But I think, like, when you do this and you, like, burn trust immediately, like, it's really hard to come back from that now, right? Like, as Abyssinia now, like, you have been pointed forevermore in this direction. Um, I'm very curious about your relationship with Audron in the later game too, but maybe we can talk to that after you get back, because that won't happen for a little while. Spain, Austria, Russia, and Safavids to try to get them to stab me. Yes. Yes, and the cooperation with Spain especially was kind of painful. I think Spain was actually just going to stab me regardless. Like, not even stab. Like, I'll show you their opening press. It was just... I saw this opening press message and I was like, oh, like, Spain is gonna go to war with us, like, immediately. uh, I know our cooperation long term is difficult, but I believe that we both need to coordinate our moves to not impede each other for the time being. Wow. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think your press was the thing that got Spain to attack me here. I think Spain was planning to attack me just from the beginning. Uh, maybe it mattered for Austria, Russia, or Safavids. I'm curious what they had to say. Congo jumped in, but Audron didn't. So you just helped Netherlands and Audron against Congo. I see. Yeah, I think these, like, early coalitions, like, if you can get one person to go around to everyone saying, like, you should attack X, or, like, no one likes X, then X will have a hard time in the game. And like here, I'm making an attempt. Like, I think this person has a plan to just fight me. England, America's here. No idea what happened in this area, so this will be fun. Heck yeah. Yeah, I have no idea what happened in the Americas. I just saw Shoshone Big, France and Spain dying. I don't know, you had all of the Caribbean. I at some point I was just like, Spain left the entirety of Iberia open. Someone has to have builds, and like just go kill them. Just one build and you can have Madrid or Barcelona or whatever. And then I look at the scoreboard and it's like every colonial but England is disbanding. Like, shit. Yeah, I'm very excited to see how you maneuvered in the Caribbean, especially because it really seemed like you got the upper hand over Spain. And yeah, that's going to be super exciting. Give me a sec to chuck this, and then I'll get back to talking about Spring 01. So for those of you who don't know, Salt is also a very accomplished player at this game, and he's also playing England along with Flair, who's the map designer. Yeah, lots of interesting negotiations that we can speak on. Yeah. So far, Salt, what we've talked about is this plan. So Artyma has a pre-game plan to stab Abyssinia, and he's like, all right, I'll move to this and this, and this is what we saw from. There was a previous Ottoman impunity game. I want to say like A2L. It might have been, where we saw this opening. This is. Don't quote me on this. I think that's what this is from. And so, Artyma's done a great job convincing Abyssinia to not bounce Red Sea and then goes to Red Sea, which is a very trust-breaking, but very beneficial for us in the short term. On our other negotiation fronts, we're just chilling here. I think we promised Safavid support against Russia. This is weird. One thing that might color your thoughts about these moves is that Poland is played by the last Firebender, who is kind of a well-known player in the community and who has a reputation of always getting a coalition against them. I don't know how to feel about that just as like a dynamic in the community. Like that seems like if that was a dynamic that was against me, I would feel like that was super unpleasant. I don't know how Firebender feels about it, but we'll see how the game goes, and I think he has quite a bit of fun and sees the humor in what happens. But here you can see, like, Russia is moving everything west, and, Sweden is going full south. So this is, like, about the most hostile you can get to Poland that you can get, right? Like, Novgorod to Riga, Moscow to Kursk, Kharkov to Voronezh. Like, this is brutal. And Firebender's moves are a little odd. Like, I don't quite know what you're hoping to signal by entering this set. Do you put two? Is this like an attempt to put two on Adjective here? Like, I don't know. I think as Poland, I always send Wilner to Riga regardless. Like, this is always my dot. And if Russia wants to deny me my dot, like, I don't know. Like, I just tell them to go to Pskov and I'll support them to Narva if they want a dot. But if they just want to dot me, then, they can just go screw themselves. Like, what a jerk. And Warsaw, I don't know, maybe like Brandenburg or something. I kind of like the idea of Poland of just saying, like, I'm going to bounce Baltic. I think Baltic is just a really key tile for Sweden and Poland. If your opponent gets into Baltic, you are just under a lot of pressure immediately. Yeah, this reads anti-Ottomans to me, though I don't think it's a great opening for Poland. Yeah, I think we have the same vibe here. Like, I think, like, in this position, what neutrals are you contesting? I don't think that, like, is Sweden promising support into Riga in the fall? Is that why you do this? Like, what's the best case scenario? If if you're Poland here. You can like think I'm going to Ochakiv, and then you get a guess on whether you support yourself in or whether I support hold to get an extra dot. So like 1.5 dots, and then if you trust Sweden, you get another one, and then these two. So this is like -1 dot maybe. But it also gives up it like gives up so like you're full trusting Sweden here. Yeah, I don't know. I think this just was not the set. Um, but yeah, so like Baltic is just a huge tile to control because it borders two of Sweden's home seas, borders Gdansk, which is your only place to build fleets. If you don't have Baltic control, you will just forever be under pressure from Sweden, and you just have no hope of contesting Sweden over the Baltic anymore. Yeah, just kind of really really unfortunate opening from the Poland player. And it seems like this like coalition firebender meme is happening again, right? Like it's Sweden and Russia instantly coalitioning Poland. Yeah. So that's what's going on here. Austria and I actually have pretty good vibes in negotiations. They're willing to offer split, so that's what this core is about, and I think the commentators talk about it. I watched maybe the first chunk of the commentary from the commentators yesterday, but I think I realized after a while that I would just be spoiling myself by going through the whole commentary, and I think maybe it'll be more interesting to have my own separate insights into how the game went, and then we can then I can cross-reference against the commentators to see like what was actually the neutral or objective perspective here. But yeah, on my front, this stuff seems very chill. Poland and Russia are both fine with me having Ochakiv. Austria is fine with me having split. Spain sends possibly the worst press to me of all time. So it's imperative for us to both cooperate, and our cooperation long term is difficult. Like I don't think this is a message you should ever send to any player. Uh, like this to me, I didn't act on this soon enough, and like we'll see, that'll be a regret for me. But like this is a giant red alarm that this person has a pre-game plan of fighting me, and that I need to act accordingly. Um, and maybe it should have been a warning about other things, but Blitz 5 a.m. I don't know. I'll try not to use that as an excuse because I don't want to stop my thought process just by saying like, it was 5 a.m. Like all my all my screw ups were justified. But yeah, this is a very scary press message to get early. So they're asking for 1-2. Hey Sam. Hey, figured you'd drop by. Was GM assistant for this game and had a bird's eye view. Now here to get into the weeds. Yeah. We're just talking about 0-1 right now. Spain is sending me a message saying that they want to go to war with me in 0-2, and other people are chill. We're coalitioning Firebender, and we stabbed Abyssinia. That's the 30-second summary. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for being a GM assistant for the game. It's super helpful. Okay, so that's what's going on here. Let's look at the rest of the map. There's a bunch of stuff that I'm going to have no idea about what's going on. Yeah, this is interesting, like kind of greedy play. Like they have this like option to go for this third dot and Yuzgan. But if they do that, then they risk both Russia and the Mughals going for Khiva and Uzgan and putting them down a dot. So you can kind of go for this if you feel like you can trust both of them, which I don't know, I wouldn't trust both of them unless I have really good press. Or you can support yourself in and then go to Hisar and fall maybe, and try to pull Yuzgan in year 2. But yeah, in general, this is like a fine opening for us to see as the Ottomans, right? There's no instant int the way that they could have been in the previous map. All right, elsewhere. Standard Abyssinia moves. What is this? I think this is the anti-Portugal opening for Ajuran, right? They're going for Mara, and then they're gonna try to make sure that Bemba doesn't get a dot. But they gave Sakalava to Portugal? Yeah, interesting. So what was the actual deal that was offered here? Like, I don't think Adran goes to Portugal and says like, "I will bounce you out of a dot," or like, "I'll stop you from getting Burundi," right? Like, but clearly they knew that this fleet was going to Zanzibar, right? So they're never getting Zanzibar because otherwise they would have negotiated for Sakalava, right? Or they would have moved to Sakalava. So here Portugal knows that Adran is getting Zanzibar, and they're going for Burundi. But like, what were they expecting these units to do? Because if this unit is going here, oh, did they tell Portugal that they were stabbing or they were going for Borsangali? Right, Baidoa could have gone to Banheiro and Marie could have gone to Gala, and then that's the way that Portugal gets Burundi. Okay, okay, that makes sense. So early war on France with convoying. Yeah, yeah, it's interesting that that does leave that as a backup option. Um, I mean, France doesn't think they're at war clearly because they're going to Indian Ocean. Huh. Okay. I think now that Ajran is guaranteed this dot, I'll expect to see the convoy to Sakalava in a war against France. Okay, Congo and Dutch just being very chill. Standard-ish bounce here. Poland immediately going for Indikaru. I don't think anything is too interesting here yet. All these feel like very standard opening moves. Bounce in English Channel, very normal. Yeah, just basically all standard stuff in Europe. Um, a lot of people had complaints about Portugal. Ooh, what were people saying about Portugal early? I can imagine that you are one of the people with complaints about Portugal because you both have a unit that can only go to this one supply center and bottle it or dot the other. So not fun. Where else is Portugal in conflict? Oh, they misordered Ualata. Brutal. Um, Now it's pretty chill with Portugal, right? This is a pretty anti-Dutch opening, right? Like, we agreed to give them Broadland. Gotcha. In exchange for cooperation in India. I see. Okay. Yeah, the standard, like, you bounce them out in spring, England will bounce them out in fall. No Hyderabad for Mughals. Um, hey, Slay, I recognize your name from the game too. Were you the Tokugawa player? I don't think we talked much or at all this game, but I think I remember seeing you in Public Square. Um, okay. Uh, yeah, okay, South America is where we were. I like this feels pretty trusting of Guarani here. This Tupiniquim dot is really interesting. Like, uh, I think Guarani kind of needs it for +4 because they never get both Buenos Aires and Elos, right? Like, Mapuche will take one of them. So like one, two, three, and Tupiniquim is the only fourth one. But at the same time, there's this interesting dynamic where like Portugal can park a fleet in Tupiniquim, and it kind of blocks Portugal's ability to attack. You played Atha, okay? Yeah, that's how much I know about this game. Um, that's how much I looked at Atha. I think I looked at Atha and I was like, oh, But let's not spoil too much. Um, but yeah, I think like this move to Pinnaclum is really interesting. Like as Guarani, you can just give this dot to Portugal and say like, hey, like don't attack me. It doesn't feel nearly as doesn't feel nearly as good as like Austria Russia with this like Fleet Romania to me, but it feels kind of similar. Like like you're never worried about Zeta or Embia or anything from this. Everything is just super telegraphed because Portugal has to run through Laclamo. So yeah, that's interesting to see like this kind of split happening and a little bit of trust there. Um, this is interesting. I saw the commentators talk about this setting up for a convoy. This is kind of a cool move that this tile does border the ocean here. I don't understand what the purpose of this tile is. Oh god damn it! There's an ad. Yeah. I guess I'll talk about more stuff that's not super relevant to me for the next 1 minute and 20 seconds, or I'll get some water actually. Yeah. So this like you have ad block. Nice. Wait, you have ad block that works against the Twitch ads? I would like to know about this extension just so that I could know about it and definitely not use it. I think at some point my ad blocker was no longer good enough to stop the Twitch ads. It's a Firefox thing. Okay, it's Firefox time. All right, cool. So I guess I can talk about stuff. Um, let's talk about North America while you're here, I guess. Uh, this feels very standard. I guess I don't know. I feel like as Inuit, you always open to Chukchi here just to get a little more flexibility. Yeah, I guess I don't know what this is signaling. I guess you're not hard inting Tokugawa on this side of the map. Is that the or not hard going for Russia or something like that? Anyways, so it seems like they want Denina and Alutes, and you're going for yeah. There's basically no reason not to go Chukchi. Yeah, and you're going for these two. This kind of does set up an interesting dynamic where you can bounce them out. Like normally, if Inuit wants to go anti-Atha, right, they enter Yupik to Denina, Nome to Koyukan, and they support themselves in. And there's just nothing you can do, right? You can support hold yourself so that you keep Tuchon, or you can go to Chilcotin, right? And that's like those are your options. You're never getting a dot. You always lose a dot from that. Unless you're worried about Utah. What are you worried about Utah doing? I mean, even if they go to a Lakshak and NEC, right? Like, I guess you want to have like the only reason to go here is if you want to go to a Lakshak in the fall. Like if you just like I'm getting loots, you're doing nothing about it, and you're just like, all right, I guess I'm going to Denena, and I'm gonna Death War Yud. Okay, that's the reason. Yeah, you're like a little bit nervous about Yud. Hey Ginger, we're doing another after action replay for another game of Blitz Diplomacy that I played yesterday. I've been having quite a few of these recently, and it's been fun. Yeah, so Ute is doing standard Ute things, probably Hawaii, Akwala, Arpajo. No bounce in Sonora, so there's some trust there between Ute and Spain. Bounce S-Tree. This all feels relatively normal. No immediate England-France war. Inuit doesn't go to Hudson Bay, so they're playing nice with Athabasca. This moveset is a little odd, I guess. Usually, I think what I see is Panama to Cartagena and Bogota to Orinoco. And then you can force yourself into Caracas in fall. Analyzing every move, exactly. Yeah, before I was like, yeah, I don't want this to go as long as the last one, but we'll see. I'm already talking too much. Yeah, so I think usually what happens is like Spain tells Poland, like, hey, I'm getting Caracas in fall. Like, go to Barbados. Don't take this. But Firebender seems to have gotten himself a good deal here, and I guess Panama thinks it's going to Jamaica. I don't know. This looks like some kind of conflict between England and Spain over a dot here. Bay of Panama was a misorder. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, at a certain point, the moves are the moves. I suppose this is interesting. Like, Dutch going really... Oh, excuse me. I'm going really hard for South America. I'm going to Croatia, which I guess is kind of an anti-Spain move, but, like, combined with Nazca Ridge, I'm just kind of confused about what's happening here. Like, I think if Aymara is attacking Spain, you send this to Gulf of Guayaquil, right? And you force yourself into Lima. Pretty sure playing not a misorder. Yeah, I would believe that. Like, I don't know. It is a lot of units, and it's Blitz, so I'm like inclined to give the benefit of the doubt. But like, I don't know. You also have to look at the moves and be like, well, this is like what I think you would do if you were at war with me. So I'm just going to interpret it that way. Okay, so that's all of the Americas. Let's look at India and Southeast Asia, and then we can move on to the next phase. We talked about the Mughals. Bounce it in Bamo and move to Ava. Yeah, this is kind of nice for Ayutthaya, right? So this looks like Ayutthaya Ming being friendly. Ayutthaya is signaling to Ming that they're not going for Hanoi. They're just going for Phan Rang. Ayutthaya probably supports themselves to Pegu here, right? So Mughals never gets this dot. But Mughals moved here, so I don't know. Are they trying to play nice with everyone? I think if you know you're not getting this dot, right, and you're at all worried about England, you move to Orissa. And that's like, that makes this game over, like, will you bounce Rajamahendri a little bit more interesting, because you can just slide to take this dot instead if Mughals moves up, and you can move Delhi to Gondwana if you think that they're going to go to Hyderabad. Okay. Ooh, this is super spicy. So Dutch are totally abandoning Banjarmasin. Like, I think this is a dot that pretty much almost every Dutch player gets in your one. And they're going for both Flores and Danny. And... or maybe Zamboanga, but I mean, Zamboanga always gets bounced. I think this is like, hey, Portugal, like, we're not letting this colony get big. If you want a dot, you go to Guillermo Aragon. If you don't want a dot, you can bounce us, and then we can be fighting. So super aggressive opening to box in the Portuguese presence here. I imagine Mapuche is going to be a fan. Okay, this also looks kind of arranged, right? Like, Ming is not going for Okinawa. And Japan is signaling to the Dutch that they're only going for Amami. They're not going to bounce them out of Okinawa. Everything else normal-ish? No bounce in Buryatia, so Russia has to be a little worried about this collaboration. Inuits. This is super aggressive. So the Inuit can like make this move in from Karix into Sea of Okhotsk and then support themselves into Nivix. And there's a guess here. So Strait of Tartary can support hold Nivix, in which case, like, you know, Inuit and Qing just both go -1 because they don't get our 2 neutrals. Or I can go to Sahelian. So there's some guessing here over who gets what. Over, you know, which dots are whose. So like whether Qing has the option to support here or move to Sahelian, and Inuit has the option to go to Sahelian or support themselves to Nivix. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this because I think that if you're Inuit, your follow-up, like if you do support yourself into Nivix, you're putting a fleet here, right? So like, what's your follow-up? Like, what dot do you get next, and how do you defend this? Like, I don't know. This feels like a kind of indefensible dot to me. Um, but also, like, Koryax is next to NPO, right? So, like, I don't know. Maybe Tokugawa is like strongly saying like, "Hey, I'm taking Koryax. You're not getting it." NPO is just more contended now. These like dots next to NPO, like Galapagos, Hawaii, Koryax. There's only three, and how many fleets are interested in them? There's this Inuit fleet, this Tokugawa fleet, um, this Yuta fleet, the Spanish fleet, and the Aymara fleet. So there's like five fleets, and they're trying to figure out who's going to get three of these dots. It's a super interesting dynamic. So yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe they're just getting edged out here. We'll see how this plays out for them. But like, my read is like, Inuit's gonna attack this. They'll get this province, or they'll hold, and then they'll be like, well, I guess where do we go from here? I guess I have to piece you out. From past looks like with a deal with Toku against Chang. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm very happy if I'm Toku here, right? Because I get Koryax, and I don't have to show my hand at all. Right, Inuit's the one who's drawing all of the anti-Qing attention, or all of Qing's attention against them. And I mean, Tokugawa could have entered these moves regardless of whether they had to deal with Qing or not. And I mean, they didn't even go to Oriental, right? So really not showing their hand. Okay, I think that's the whole board for Spring 01. Let's go to the next phase. How much time did we spend talking this time? 40 minutes? All right. Last time it was like 50, so, you know, this is better. Let's look at the next map. And hopefully we'll go a little faster this time. Ball moves. Okay, how does this resolve? I guess I'll talk about my stuff first, because that's the stuff I know best. Targamis going to Ochakiv, everyone has agreed to that, so that's all fine. This, I remember thinking, was super weird. Like, why is Russia supporting themselves out of a dot? And neither Sweden nor Poland is agreed on who will get it. It's just, I'm just confused. This is brutal. Yeah, like, I don't know, good guess or what, but Baltic gets into Gdansk, which means Poland is just going to struggle to build fleets, and we'll probably see like a fleet or two from Sweden and just lock this down. And Poland will just be stuck forever, and these centers will always be like harassed by Sweden. I think if you want to do this, like if you want to gain a dot, you send Gdansk to Brandenburg, Brandenburg to Baltic. And that way, if Sweden gets themselves into Baltic, they immediately get... well, if they leave Baltic, then you get it, and they get pushed out. Or, well, you get to push them out of Gdansk, I guess, in the spring with builds or whatever else. But it's just really rough to leave Gdansk. It's really rough to not have Gdansk open as a build center when you know Sweden is doing this. I don't know, maybe there's just not a good way out of this. Could Poland have gone Königsberg in spring? Possibly. I think this is the Krakow army. So not with this unit. They could have done something else. But also, like, I think in spring, Poland just didn't realize they were being coalitioned. Like, they didn't realize that Sweden was going to go all out on them. Yeah, I really think, like, looking at this, like, if you enter this set, there's just not good options for you, which makes me think that the set in spring was just, was really rough. I think you might just need to bounce Baltic as Poland. And you just tell Sweden that, and, I don't know. Hope they don't get too mad at you for not being able to double, I guess. Yeah, it's just really, really rough. Okay, and then this is all agreed between me and Austria. This is super interesting. So I screwed this up. So we looked at the press earlier where Spain was like, I'm going to fight you in 02. and Spain was like, "Do you want to bounce in Naples?" And I just didn't respond for a while because I was doing other things and I just didn't want to respond. It didn't seem beneficial to me to respond. So at the end, I'm like, "Yeah, let's bounce in Naples," just like a couple seconds before the deadline. But I think that doing it this way was the wrong move. Like, I think by not responding, I make Spain suspicious that I am going to try to snipe Naples. And what I should be doing is just supporting myself to split in case of like Austrian nonsense. Um, I think the mistake is actually even before this. So like if you look at the spring moves, yeah, they definitely knew. Yeah, yeah. I think this was just the wrong side to take, right? Like it's so important to me to have Naples covered as a build center. Like I do not want Spain building here. It's like never good for me if they build here. So I don't know. Like they can cover it, right? But if they cover it, then they're not building there. So there's also like an inverse risk on their side. But I think the way I played the press, I was like implicitly signaling to Spain that I was going to bounce Naples. So I should have not bounced Naples. Intended snipe. Yes, intended snipe, Sam. But the mistake here is actually earlier. Like I think like these moves are just wrong. Um, you're rooting for me against Spain, thanks. We'll look at some of the tactics later. It was just I I played the tactics rather poorly on a couple of occasions. Um, but yeah, I think like given the press with I had with Spain in 01, I always go to Skirky Banks here. Like there's no reason for me to do anything else, and I should be going to Ionian. And I should be threatening to bounce Sardinia just to put Spain down -1, and that gives me more like optionality or more leverage over sniping Naples here, right? Like yeah, there's probably some more interesting sets, but this is like a conciliatory set to Spain when I know that they're going to attack me. So this move is definitely a mistake. But yeah, here we bounce, and it's just dog because they get to build in Naples, and we'll see they're like +11, but they just build a ton of fleets and just full send me, and I don't get it. uh, I mean, maybe this is a place where Abyssinia, your press against like Shifty, your press against us with Spain helped. Because at this point, like Spain, I mean, I looked at the press after the game. Spain goes to Austria just off the bat and says, "I want to full send the Ottomans. Let's attack the Ottomans together." And so, like, if enough people just decide that they are interested in attacking the Ottomans, like, it's just not going to go well for us. Um, so yeah, like one gunboat neighbor plus us gunboating another neighbor is it's not a great thing. I think everything else here is kind of normal. Portugal suffering the consequences. I kind of don't know how I feel about this bounce in Notsa in the spring. Like, it feels like a move both of these people do because they can. Like, I don't know, like, do either of these players really want to antagonize each other by going to Notsa just right off the bat? I like you have to like you have this to collaborate over, you have this to collaborate over. There's a lot of like opportunities for trust building. And I don't know, I don't see the point. Um, I don't know if there's upside to Dutch for not doing it, but there's like interesting options for England, right? Like you can go to Mali or you can bounce Mali. Everyone else who can take Mali in Spring '01, who can take Mali in Fall '01, it has to do it from like a Nana C. Um, so like if you go to Ouagadougou, you just always have this option of bouncing Mali. Yeah, Netherlands can stop. Yeah, right, right. Yeah, I mean it's not good positionally here to not bounce notes. But like, I mean this and this and like I don't know, like unless you feel really good about France, like this and I don't know, like is that really if you're a Dutch, is year one inting the England player a good idea? I I don't know. Maybe if you have France very much on side and there's like no bounce in English Channel and you get to do like the King of Prussia thing, you can do this. Uh, But I don't know. Like, my feeling about this bounce is it's kind of like England should be asking not to not bounce, um, if they feel at all decent about Dutch. Because going to notes it is nothing for England too, for the same reason, right? Like, yeah, I'm curious if other players have opinions about this bounce, but I don't like it. What else is happening? Back to fall. Yeah, so here we go for Axum and Michele, which is also the play from A2L. The Abyssinia player bounces Michele, which I guess that's fine. I don't know. I think you know that this is happening and you bounce. Um, you wanted to build a fleet. The commentators didn't like you bouncing Michele. What do they want you to do? I mean, taking any of these is +1 dot, so maybe that's fine. Um, let's go for Warsangali. Huh. Okay. And then what? I mean, the commentators are very strong players, so I'm sure there's something there, but I don't see it right now. You asked Artyma to take the Michele with the army and I convoy to a den. Okay. Yeah. So you were planning to bounce this and then have them take Sanaa, and then you would have like your build centers, your homacies safe. Congo also bounces you, which is brutal. Um, oh, uh, yeah, allow the word cripple. Sorry. Michele should be a supported attack. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's like kind of a mind game here, right? Because if you support to Michele, look, this is a risky play. You get more upside by doing this, but then you also risk the bounce, right? Like I think what happened in that A2L game was that the Ottomans player just went around telling everyone under the sun that they were going to support themselves into Michele, in the hopes that it leaked back to the Abyssinia player, and then they didn't, and they got both dots because well, the Abyssinia player was like, I guess there's no point walking into this and not getting the dot, right? So I'll just go somewhere else. Yeah, it's fine. I think the site just has some like filters about words that I think people might want to not have displayed. So just like any swears or things like that, like I have to, like it highlights the comment. It's like, hey, like, are you okay with me showing this on the site? And I have to just explicitly approve it. It's not a big deal. I just have to click a button. But yeah, it is also a warning sign about like, I don't know, maybe about this language, like. But on the other hand, I'm like swearing just on the live commentary, so. Also, yeah, thanks for making an account to just come chat with me. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I wanted him to support Michele, but I knew he'd think I was trying to trick him into only getting one. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I feel like there's this weird mind game where you both know the other player is lying, so you're just like, I don't know what level of mind game this is. Like, are you telling me something so that you want me to counterplay that, and then I'll play the counter to that? And it's just like, oh my god, uh, disaster. But yeah, everything else here is normal. Oh, I guess we didn't notice that this bounce didn't happen, but Portugal and Safavid seem to have worked it out. This core, dude. Why? Why are you doing this? Like, I mean, I cored in Sarajevo to troll the commentators because, like, my deal with Austria was like I need to go to Split and Fall. Um, but like, you have the choice of Safavid's +1 or not Safavid's +1, right? Like, yeah, this is another thing. This is another case where, like, in Blitz, I have my picture of the map like this. You know, this is what I know is going on in the world. It's probably actually like less than this, right? It's like this is what I'm looking at, right? And Artyma is like looking over here, and so like seeing stuff like this is a huge warning sign. Like, I think as Mughals, this is a good play if you full trust Safavids, right? Like, you're just like, yeah, you can have the extra dot. I know you're going after Russia. I know you're going after the Ottomans. Like, this is fine. Um, Safavids +1, but maybe friendly as opposed to Safavids not +1, but anger at you. Yeah, but I think, like, if you just tell the Safavids that you're going to go for Yuzgan in year one, like, you just ask them to make the moves that don't suggest that they are going to Yuzgan. Like, don't make them lose the dot. Make them go somewhere else. Like, it's fine. Um, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. You, like, let them have the dot, but, like, I don't know. A little spooky. I think it does turn out okay for the Mughals in the end. And maybe the Mughals is just kind of in the camp of I don't need another enemy. Like, this is too much. Um, this looks like a misorder. Like, this had to be meaning to go to Madurai, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, I think this might be due for a rename. I think a couple of these, like, province names are just a little odd. Now Flair will change the name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, now that he's, like, suffered from the misorder, it's time to change the name. I'm joking. Okay, so what else is going on? Ah, this is, yeah. Yeah, this is the problem. Ming and Qing are just like Russia doesn't get a build. Um, and Inuit does guess right. Yeah, the core because trolling, you know. Um, the core here and the hold here. It's didn't go for the full meme value, but everything else I think is normal. Tokugawa did get core EX. That was what we expected. Oh, they just held. Oh, huh, huh. Okay. Not even Fokien Strait or East China Sea. Just hold. Um, I guess this like standoff isn't going to happen next year if Macau gets built, right? And this is now like they're just setting up this bounce, I guess. I don't know. Bay Bengal holds, yeah. Cotabachi, Flores and Danny, everything is expected. Yeah, I think this is all normal. We talked about this stuff. Yeah, this all feels very standard. Portugal is just covering Azores because they're worried about you, you being salt. Everyone just takes their neutrals. Everyone taking their neutrals. No convoy to Sakalava. And back to Crozet Basin. So no dot snipe from no dot snipe from the French player. We just go back to Crozet Basin. And both of these dots are just untaken in year one. Huh, okay. Um, so no one like Portugal opting out of war with France, Netherlands opting out of war with France. France gets course here. This was another thing where I was like, oh my god, like the Spain player could just go to course and we could be fine. But they, yeah, I think they're pretty much staked on being kind to everyone else and just like full on sending me at this point. And there's pretty much no message um, that comes from Spain to me that is not, I will take your dots, right? Like, I'm like, hey, can we peace out? You're getting killed by England. And they're like, first, I will take your dots, and then we will peace out. I'm like, okay. I don't know about that. I guess we're just still fighting. It's fine. Um, everyone else here is just grabbing dots. This is normal. This looks like Rome West Coast, but it's kind of a quirk of the bot. So the bot lets you input an order that just says like Adriatic Sea to Rome, and if there's only one coast, then it's just allowed, I guess. And then the bot is drawing this wrong by saying going to Rome West Coast. Like if they ordered to Rome West Coast, this would have been a misorder and it would have just held. But you'll see in the adjudication that they do actually get this thing in Rome. That's good. How will this play out? Shifty. It's that time. We're looking at another ad break, so we can talk about Atha. You get bounced here by France. This is brutal. When I was playing Atha in V1S, and this was the biggest fear I had going in, was that France would go to Ojibwe in Spring '01 and bounce me out of Cree. So I think I negotiated a deal. I mean, that France player was not going to negotiate seriously with me in the long term, I think. But wait, no, Slay is the Atha player. God damn it, I'm all mixed up. Two players with names starting with S. You're the Abyssinia player. Sorry. Oh, they did order to Rome West Coast after the initial order to just Rome failed. Okay. Oh, and that was a GM. That was a GM fix. I guess I'll wait for the ad break to end before I comment because I assume Sam is stuck in ad jail. Gotta go for a bit. All right, catch you later, Shifty. We'll be looking at plenty more Ottoman Abyssinia wars and tactics and stuff. I didn't pay too much attention to the tactics here, but yeah, I'll get to learn too. So Sam, like Austria actually ordered to West Coast here, and it was like a GM like, oh shoot, like we could just fix the thing by just sending them to the East Coast instead. I don't know what that heart is. I think someone followed. Thank you. Uh, um, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, if they ordered to Rome and the bot just kind of screwed up, I guess like I don't want to see the game ruined over that. Um, but if they ordered to Rome West Coast explicitly, that's like I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that, right? Like we didn't fix other obvious misorders, right? Like or like this stuff. Um, uh, yeah, yeah, I don't know how to feel. I'm very glad like that didn't happen. Like actually, like I think I don't want to see the game get wrecked by misorders, right? But I also don't know what the line is to draw between like, hey, like you like legitimately entered a wrong thing. Um, like you entered to Ualata. Like your intent was clear, but like you clearly did the wrong thing. Um, and you entered to the wrong coast. Yeah, I don't know. But I have like zero original insight to provide there, so I'll just refrain from commenting. Uh, and also, I don't know. You have the screenshot here to see what I mean. Yeah, they like ordered to do this. I assume that this was a bot quirk, the DM. Oh, Adriatic Sea to Rome, and then they ordered to West Coast. Oh, yeah, Yeah. Um, okay, I think that's enough about that part of the world. We do see the bounce in Denena, and this, yeah, Atha's not in for a good time here. Um, this is like a pretty interesting full trust maneuver, right? Like Apache can dot Ute for Arapaho here, though. I don't know. Like that feels like a very very aggressive move, given that you've just DMZ'd Sonora. But yeah, this is like a strong opening for Ute. I think I really like these openings for Ute where they don't fight Spain off the bat, right? Either they like bounce Sonora once and then go somewhere else, or they just fully DMZ it. Um, there are just so many neutrals to pick up here that I think you just have a better year two just picking up neutrals than you do full sending Spain for like Nueva Vizcaya. And then like Spain is always around later, right? Like if you see England doing well, you can always jump in. I guess if you see Spain doing well, you're not as happy, but there's plenty of other room to grow if you feel like you don't want to or can't fight Spain. Um, Portland back to Boston. I don't think anything super exciting is happening here. I imagine this move in straight to Belle Ile was arranged somehow. I mean, going to Capo Mule is so anti. Isn't that so anti-English? What is this unit doing? No, I mean, this move is definitely pro-French, right? Not bouncing Capo Mule. Um, is the intent here like I want to force Anticosti? Is that what they did? Yeah, they wanted to be able to force Anticosti. Yeah, this mood made me very hesitant on working with France. Yeah, yeah, this feels like super. This feels gross, right? Like they're trying to make you guess over St. John's. You really don't want to lose St. John's because Newfoundland is important. Um, I mean, if you want to have two in Anticosti, like you can do that from here, right? From Papier Choix. Um, so this is a move set you input if you're not anti-England and you need to go to Capo Mole, it's because you need to go anti-Atha and anti-Inuit. Yeah, you bounced because you weren't sure if it was a stab. Did they tell you about going to Belle Ile? I also don't like. Say they do make it into Belle Ile. Like, what is that unit doing next? I'm just like, if I'm England, I'm just super scared because like this is my center, this is my center, and like I don't know, Nascapi I guess is the place it could go, but also like if you wanted Nascapi, you could have just taken it. Like that was the choice you had. Yeah, this just would make me very nervous. They did tell you, okay. Okay, that's good at least. Like they're just like, hey, let's organize a bounce. Um, and it gives you something to tell Portugal what you're doing other than dotting Azores, I guess. Though I guess they covered it anyways. Hey, Char. Yeah, you played Sweden. Okay, okay. Yeah, we're talking about Fall Year One right now. And we're talking about basically what's going on with these moves where you go super anti Polish with the Russian player. Was this like I'm curious, like was this motivated at all by the like coalition firebender meme, or was this like an issue with firebenders like presser tactics? Like what happened here to get Poland so cooked immediately? Like not bouncing Baltic is really rough because you go there, right? And then this moveset also is super interesting where Russia supports themselves out of a dot and you and Poland both bounce here. So yeah, I'm super curious to know what's up with that. Also, maybe I'm utterly insane, but I think more Vienna should go to Saxony in year one. Like right now, this is just a pocket. Sweden is like pocketing dots basically, which seems really strong, right? Trondheim is pocket. Narva's not really pocket, right? But Riga's not really pocket. I mean, like, Copenhagen is not quite a pocket dot, but it's close. Like it's gonna be hard for anyone else to get it in year two. He warned you of a Russian move to Pskov. Your immediate thought was, why would they tell you that unless you were ganging up on me? Why would they tell you? Unless you were ganging up. Okay, so like you were here, and then Poland was like, hey, I just talked to Russia, and Russia says they're going to Pskov. And like you should bounce Pskov or something like that. And you're like, oh wait, like this is like a Poland Russia, and they are trying to get, and Poland is trying to get me to work with them against Russia. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I'm kind of missing it. Like, I'm not understanding. Like, what's the thing about going to Pskov that tells you that Poland and Russia are working together? Oh, okay. So is this like a? You thought that Poland said that to throw you off? Okay. Poland can bring bounce Narva. Sweden doesn't take it in spring. Yeah, I mean they can. Um, yeah, like if you're Sweden and you think that Poland is your friend and Russia is hostile, you can bounce Pskov, and then trust uh, Poland to let you in and fall, right? Yeah, yeah, okay. So like the read is like, oh, Poland and Russia have made this plan to attack me, and Poland is telling me about this plan, not so that they can like say like, oh, I'm not interested in that plan, but so that they can go get leverage against me, like get leverage against Russia. Okay, so this is like kind of like a multi-level read, right? Where you think like, what do I even think? I need water. That's what I think. Firebender Curse. Yeah, yeah. Russia is telling Poland they want to attack Sweden. So Sweden's like, okay, Poland is either screwing with me, or Russia and Poland are against me, or yeah, okay. Um, oh no, you thought that Poland said that to throw you off. I see. So your vibe was just like, oh, Poland is just lying to me this game, and if Poland is lying to me, um, it is Poland Russia. Yeah, okay, would have been awful. Oh yeah, in this case it would have been terrible. Yeah, I think going to Pskov is just very risky unless you like really trust Poland. Because like what's Russia gonna do to you in O1? What dots are they gonna take from you in O1? There's just nothing. Right? Like, the only way that you get a dot taken off you is if Poland goes to Riga, this guy goes to Pskov. But like if you enter Narva, or if you enter Pskov, it doesn't matter. Like, that dot is getting taken away from you regardless, right? Like, if you enter Narva, then these two guys go here, and then they take the dot from you. And if you enter Pskov, then you get bounced out of Pskov, and this guy goes here, and then I guess Poland goes to Narva, and Russia goes here. And, like, what dot are you getting? You're never getting any dot. So I think Narva is just always better. Yeah, I mean, if you think Poland is against you, then this is absolutely the right set. And so, okay, so it looks like a press issue with the Poland player, and like your press with the Poland player was the rough piece here, because like Russia was clearly not on the page of like let's go attack Poland, right? Did they tell you that they were going to Riga? You were shocked that Russia moved out of Riga. Poland asked you for support into Riga in the fall. You plan to not support them regardless after Russia's spring, but you were shook by the Russian move out of Riga. Yeah. I mean, like, I guess if you move out of Riga, if you think that. Like, what are you trying to do by moving out of Riga? You're saying, like, I think that Poland and Sweden are supporting themselves into here regardless. I want to go to Smolensk, and I think that this will be covered during the retreats. I don't really get the Smolensk move, to be honest. Like I don't see what it does. Um and I don't really believe that Poland and Sweden are working together here, like after going to Baltic. Like you just have so much to mess with Poland. You have so much leverage. Um it seems kind of wild to give that up. Okay, that was interesting. Thank you for the insight. Um yeah, here Safovitz just refuses our offer of support and is just like I guess they're trying to signal to Russia, like, hey, look, these guys are trying to stab you. They're horrible. And this is like, I think the first of several cases where Safovitz makes some plans with us and then enters moves that are just really only good for them, and like tries to avoid giving us anything. Kind of brutal. Oh, Russia did tell you about the move to Riga. Okay, you were just surprised it happened. You were just like, all right, like, if you want to do this, go for you. Like, two thumbs up. Like, you move out of Riga. That's fine. I just it's fine if you don't get a dot. Like, yeah, I'm very curious. Like, I'm sure there's something here. I'm just not seeing it. We talked about this extra dot. We talked about this core already. We talked about this hold. Have we not talked about anything? We talked about this misguess. We talked about Flores and Danny. We talked about Crozet Basin. I think we've covered everything for year one at this point. We were just talking about this before we got distracted with you coming in. Yeah, yeah, it's fine if you get this dot later. I think if Russia gets this dot, if in a Russia Poland, in a Russia Sweden, sorry, like if Russia gets this dot, what's your front? Like your front is like these four dots, right? And you just sit there and like fleets and you never get anything. Like you never can really push past here. It's kind of awkward. I think you always want this dot if you're working against Poland with Russia. But it does feel like a natural dot to give Russia an O1, and then maybe there's some backfill stuff. I don't really know how to play this. Like, if you are going after Poland in year one, you definitely don't want Poland to have this dot. I think you have to give it to Russia, right? Like, that's really the only way to do it. But then you end up in this situation where you're kind of behind the Russian front line. I mean, the way it worked out here is great for Sweden. I just don't think that that's going to be the expectation for most Russia-Sweden games. Okay, year two. It's about time. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Not cover like losing Gdansk for Poland is just so brutal. And yeah, the three fleets here, like that. This is like really good signaling to Russia, like, hey, I'm just on side. I'm just gonna spend all my time getting Lubeck, Brandenburg, Copenhagen, Riga, and Königsberg, right? Like I have so much expansion here, and I'm not contesting you for this stuff at all. You know, you don't have to worry about anything in your back. Yeah, just pretty solid. Okay, so we talked about my boo-boo with bouncing Naples here, and I get punished for it, right? Spain gets a build Naples, and two more builds here. So if you look at the Spain is plus 11. So I was not really anticipating that they were going to go so hard against me. Christiania in year two. Forward Christiania, yeah. I mean, with the Fleet North Sea, it's like, how do you move? You're kind of pinned. But yeah, I thought that Spain might not go full send me in in year two because they just didn't have enough builds. But no, these are like extremely anti-Ottoman builds, right? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven fleets in the Med, and I just have four. This is a place where I just kind of screwed up in my press with Austria. I think we just didn't talk enough during the builds to get the right builds here. Um, Eventually, you did get to build there, and you got into North Sea. Probably your biggest wasted opportunity. Like not pushing further into England. Um, I almost wonder if there's a case for taking Trondheim in year one and then try to get this in year two. Didn't combo or get any dots in the British Isles. Yeah. But yeah, going back to here, right? Like, I didn't talk to Austria enough during these builds. I think we could have traded. Like, I'd have been like, yeah, I'll build A Sarajevo, you build F. I'll build F Sarajevo, you build A Trieste. But we just didn't. We kind of got it the wrong way. Um, and this unit was like not really doing much for me besides just support holding split and being chill. Um, and I think this is the point where Austria is like, okay, like this the Spain player is gonna full send the Ottomans. Abyssinia is gonna full send the Ottomans, and I guess I have more to gain from the Ottomans than from fighting Spain. So there's like one turn where they snipe Naples off of Spain, and then they're just gonna be fighting me for the rest of the game. So no, yeah. That's the interesting thing about this. Like, I haven't looked at the commentary at all, so the part of the world that I know about is like this, right? And occasionally looking around and being like, oh, like such and such is dead, or like, wow, Guarani is in Saint Helena. Like spoilers. Um, but yeah, like we went like a lot of armies here. So this is like for Agadas. This is for continued fighting against Abyssinia. We waived Trebizond, which I kind of regret in retrospect because Safas just have so many units and they just don't have like putting all of these units anti-Russia is not ideal. I think it's like it's not really workable. Like Isfahan is not anti-Russia, right? Like it's so slow to go anti-Russia, and this signaling like Mughal is giving Yuzgen to Safavids just so that they could have an extra build. Also feels like they're not going in the Mughals direction. So this should have been a warning shot that we build Trebizond. But I think Trebizond is another build like A Sarajevo, right? Where Safed looks at this and is like, well, you had a choice. I didn't have a choice. Or you had a choice and you built on my front. So now I'm kind of worried about you. Um, Yeah, I'm also curious to see how the tactics went down here because well, we kind of trusted Safavids here, but I was kind of just hearing about the press from Artyma and not really looking at the board in this part of the world. So yeah, it's going to be kind of like interesting. Oh, that's how my country went. But yeah, this 8 Sarajevo F Trieste is really brutal, and yeah, this is like one of my bouncing Naples was definitely a top regret this game. Not going to Skirky in 01 is a top regret this game. And I think Ace Sarajevo is just kind of the final nail in the coffin for how it goes for me in this theater. Um, yeah, and we'll see some tactical mistakes too. But I think at this point, I am not super happy, right? Like Spain is building 3 fleets out of their 12 builds, and they're going to send seven fleets this way, 7 fleets, and there's going to be some fleets just sitting around doing nothing in the back too. Um, it's just very very rough for me to deal with. And I guess like we can look at what they built elsewhere that I was kind of like confused about, right? Like 2 fleets on Gulf of Mexico, which I guess is like a deal to get Belize off of England. Um, Wave Nueva Vizcaya, yeah, they're pro Ute, and this is like super pro Ute, right? This is like I'm not going to touch the Pacific at all. Um, Panama South Coast. I don't know what this does. I guess it backfills Galapagos and Galapagos goes to NPO. Okay, so it does do something. And Wave St. Augustine is crazy. I'm really curious if that was like arranged between Spain and England. I feel like it kind of has to be, right? Because if I haven't arranged that with England, and I'm Spain, and I want to put a fleet in Gulf of Mexico, right? I'm never building it in Saltillo and putting it to Gulf of Mexico. I'm building it in St. Augustine. Um, like this dot is just so much more flexible. Was not arranged. You were just as confused. Okay. So you had not agreed to any kind of St. Augustine Belize swap? Because I saw you had St. Augustine at some point in the game, and I was like, oh, is this a swap? Like, what's going on? Have we talked about Africa? Not yet. We're just talking about builds. Yeah, wave in St. Augustine is crazy. Yeah, I'm very surprised about this wave. But like Blitz, like I don't know. Give people the benefit of the doubt when I don't understand. Like there was a Havana for Belize swap. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, and this Bay of Panama didn't actually come bother you, right? They just let you have Jamaica and went out to Caribbean. Okay. Yeah, it's cool that it worked out, right? These are like pretty this is like a pretty nice outcome for England. So they waived Nueva, they waived St. Augustine. That's 2 waves. They have 3 more waves. They waived Madrid and Barcelona. Did they waive in the Philippines? No. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Like the reason to do this is to go Belize, like take Belize and then go to Gulf of Mexico. But also like one of these could just be here, right? So I don't know, I'm confused. So yeah, where are the other Spanish waves? They have 11 bills, right? So there should be 5 waves. There's no waves here. There's 2 waves here. There's 2 waves here. Is there a wave in South America? No. Confusion. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, there are 11 builds. What am I counting wrong? Where are the waves? I'm so confused. But just build an army. Yeah, if it's an agreed trade, you build an army, right? And then you're just like the first thing the Fleet Belize does for Spain is go after the English dots here, right? It has nothing else to do. Um, what am I miscounting? Canaries, canaries, canaries. Thank you. Hey, Artyma. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the Abyssinia stuff. Shifty, if you're still around. Who said you zoned out? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, fleet build like you wanted. Um, I did catch the commentators talking about how they were thinking about army mecha and convoy, which was not an option I saw at all. But that is interesting. I think it's a very much a full trust Acheron move. You're saying like, hey Acheron, like I won't um like this like there's only one unit here. Like if Acheron builds army here, then they just go for Deborah Burhan, like in Worsengali, what are you doing? I think this is very much a move that's like, hey, I'm friends with Acheron. But if you trust Acheron, then I guess it's fine. Like I don't know. I guess you get to contest Red Sea this way. It's interesting for sure. It's not obvious to me whether it's tactically good or bad, but it's definitely a pro Acheron move. Sorry. Yeah, break. Yeah, in B1N I was playing the Ottomans, and Sam was Ajuran, and she proposed a similar thing of like convoying out of Arabia and going into Ethiopia with armies. I think that's a pretty interesting split for this like Ajuran Ottoman alliance. I think this kind of struggles like oh, I pinned a message. I didn't mean to pin a message. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Um, yeah, I wish. Yeah, also, at some point, Artyma was like, should I give Audron a build by just letting them into a den? And I did not look carefully enough at the moves in the previous seasons to say yes or no. But looking at this, like fleets here and fleet here, I feel like the answer should always have been no. Um, like if I'd looked more carefully, I think I would have been like, oh man, like not good. Um, but I mean, such as Blitz, like you have to make these like split second judgments, and it's hard. So we'll see how that goes. Um, yeah, anything else interesting for builds? All armies. Um, okay, we've agreed that Dutch are getting Sao Tome. Yeah, I guess I don't know what's happening here. Just fleets here. Like army would be super anti-Portugal, but that's not happening. Um, we talked about that. Paris, yeah, I was a little bit sad. I asked for F Mars, but I don't know. I feel like that's a lot to ask for out of France early, so I was not super surprised that they did not do it. Do not remind me of V1N. Yeah, that's a nightmare game for both of us, Sam. I have a lot of regrets about how I played that. Yeah. Oh, Charin, you were in that game too. Yeah. Yeah. I remember regretting everything about my press with both of you guys. Um, Char, were you Poland? You were Poland, right? That was another Russia-Sweden game. That was another Russia-Sweden game. And I was like, oh man, there's like this Austria-Poland, and they're against this Russia-Sweden. Russia-Sweden is like kind of crushing it, and Russia is kind of perma-allied to the Safavids. So I need to work with Sweden with Poland here. And then I think I was like, hey, Poland, like Sweden's telling me that they're about to stab you. Like it's like, oh man, I guess I should leak that to Poland. And then like the first message Sweden sends me after that is like, how dare you leak my press to the Polish player? And I was like, oh, I guess I'm not working with Poland. No, I was an Ottoman sub. I was an Ottoman sub. Yeah. And in that game, it was a similar situation. Like the initial Ottomans player had gone full for Abyssinia and had like a dot or two here. Oh, we have a bunch of people from B1N. Cool. Um, yeah, and like I just had really good vibes from the Abyssinia player. So I was like, all right, this is fine. And then I got like scary player vibes from Sam. Um, and I think Sam was being legit. Hop into the stream and talking about the game. Oh my god, hey Arctic. This is just like a bunch of people from B1N who have regrets. Is that what this is? I didn't mean for this to. Okay, well, we'll look at my tactics and like every move I make against Spain, and this will be the I have regrets stream. But I didn't intend it for it to be this specific set of regrets. Yeah. Um, Sam, so I was talking to you. I was like, wait, you want me to convoy? And like, I see how this is good for you, but like, it's like, why are you like you should just be taking Sanaa. Like, why are you working with me here? I was so confused. Um, I think I just hadn't really caught your vibe. Like my impression of you now is that yeah, you're a really strong player, but like you're not gonna just randomly lie for no reason, for like a one dot. Um, unless you like really intend to do something about it. Um, like unless there's follow up. You were Blitz, you were Guarani. Oh man. For the last like 20 minutes or like the last couple hours of the game, there was like really nothing for us to do other than gunboat Ottomans. And so we were just watching the story of in the last year, the, the poor Guarani and Congo units. It was so funny. Yeah. Yeah, F. Michele is a very anti-Ottoman build for sure. But yeah, we've really burnt the bridges on press here with the Abyssinia player. This is just sometimes you get what's coming. Surprisingly willing to take Mandara. Here you mean? Maybe we'll save this discussion for spring because I want to make some level of progress. We're like an hour and 40 minutes in. The prisoners don't want Benguela, yeah, peak diplomacy exactly. You gunboated Sweden for the last 2 years, only messaging Austria. Yeah, I mean you don't really need to press a lot of like after a certain point in the last year or two of Blitz, it's like all right, like all the units are in place. Like Austria and I had a bunch of units along this front, and we're like, how do we demilitarize? And I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you want to go fight against France, but like your unit in Vienna is never gonna be able to do anything against France. There's only 2 years left in the game, so like, how about we stop pretending and just like do a little fun gunboat? And then we did a fun gunboat. Um, but yeah, Blitz has this dynamic in a way that full press doesn't. Where after a certain point, turning around is just not that interesting. Yeah, and Sweden is kind of a corner. Well, it's not really a corner power with the Spitzberg and stuff, but like if you can deal with this, like there's absolutely corner potential, and you don't really have to do a lot of press. Um, yeah, it Sweden kind of feels this way. Mapuche kind of feels this way, and Athabasca kind of feels this way, where they're kind of like get let out of the box and go wild countries. You know, like you can get stuck here forever and like not make any progress. But like once you get let out of the box, like you're very much let out of the box. Um, okay, we should keep talking about builds. Like we should make commentary and progress on this game. Yeah, yeah. This is. I think Sam, what you're saying is true, conditioned on Audron not helping, right? Like Audron wants to come, and they're like, "Oh man, Abyssinia +1, we should just gank them." Then this is horrible. But yeah, I think this is like good playing to your outs. Like if Audron is after you, you're dead anyway. So just you have to take some gambles. So yeah, I guess I like this. I like this a lot. That's my answer, Shifty. I like this fleet build. Um, what else? F Kolkata. Ooh. How do I feel about this? I don't know, man. You're not anti-Ayutthaya here, right? You never pull Pegu off of Ayutthaya. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, over Ace Osram. Yeah, yeah, I like Ace Osram better. Or A Kolkata. I definitely don't like A Ahmedabad. Like, what is this doing? I don't think you really have good offense against the Safavids. If you felt like you wanted to not have the Safavids have a ton of builds, you should have done something about Yuzgen. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. I'm curious about this A Ahmedabad build and what it does. Um, 4 fleets, okay. We're doing the full fleet Toku thing. Army pecking over a Chengdu. This feels kind of anti-Cheng. Again, we'll see how this plays out. Um, yeah, Carrick's West Coast, very, very anti-Cheng. Um, okay, so I'm guessing like Cheng Gang, though I don't know. I feel like I like one army here for the convoy if I'm doing the Cheng Gang, if I'm Tokugawa, because otherwise I just get I get these dots. I get like Pyongyang Haishenwai maybe. Or maybe I'm just worried about Inuits at this point. Hey Crypto, thanks for subbing. Um, we're doing another one of these diplomacy recaps. So yeah, it's probably going to be another long one given the pace so far. What else? We looked at the builds here. Builds in Africa. Anything interesting? This is all normal. We talked about this. Yeah, this is expected. Very expected. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I think this is a really interesting move set. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. It's kind of pro Ayutthaya, I guess, because Banjarmessen is just free. But I mean, I see a lot of Portugal just kind of get big off this one duck colony, so it's interesting to see how this version of it goes. What a day to analyze fictional diplomacy. Yeah, it's actually not that nice out today. Yesterday I was playing diplomacy for like 9 hours, and it was just beautiful outside. And today it's kind of gray, so I don't mind being inside as much. North America. This all looks very normal. I guess this is pro Mapuche from Guarani. I'm not quite sure. I don't know how to read Guarani's builds. We talked about the Spanish builds already. We talked about that. Armies. Armies, armies, armies. Fleet Chipuyan. Oh, baby. Yeah, so Atha is like really full committing against Inuit here. I don't know how I feel. Um, I have a little bit of experience because I was playing Atha in B1S, and my feeling was like Sutina was like the best build center for this country. But obviously, that's not true if you're planning to work with the Ute, right? Like, it's good for everyone else. Maybe even if you're planning to work with you, right? Because you get to like bounce here, which is good if you want to set up a long-term alliance, and you also get to move to Ojikri. Um, but this is very, very anti-Inuit. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. What are you pulling off these guys this year? I don't see any progress here. I think this is just stalemated. Yeah, I don't think this is a good game for the past game. Four armies here too, and you're locked off from these like neutrals that you and others are going to get. So like other people around you are going to be growing, and you're just stuck fighting Inuit here. Yeah, it's really sad. And like another option would be like if you had an army in one of these two as Atha, you could support yourself to Kree and then backfill OG Kree. And that gets you the dot at least. But like I don't know, I like have really fixed mixed feelings about Kree as a dot for Atha. It like if you're not working with France, it requires so much investment to keep this dot. Um, but also like it's really hard. Like you can't make progress anywhere here without this dot. Um, so yeah, it's kind of like the box thing, you know. Like if you can get past Kree and you can get like Anishinabek or Algonquin, then I think you're just have a much better time. You can start pushing this way, and France can just kind of collapse. But until you can like secure this, it's really hard. Okay, I think I just want to look at the next tier's moves. I'm talking too much about builds. 1643. We're an hour and 50 minutes in. Oh my god. Let's look at me first because that's what I know about. Yeah, once again, so this is a case of like Softwit's promising stuff to us and just not going through with it. Like, oh my god. Yeah, they're going to make all the progress here, and we're just really not. Um, so we bounce Van. This here was your darkest moment. All right, we'll get to Guarani in a second. Um, yeah, Softvids and Mughals working together. This is kind of what we thought. But this is just so brutal, right? Like, the Conga line into Bayuli, and yeah, if you had tapped, like, if they had known to tap Kiva here, you just slow down a lot. But it's just really hard. Like, oh, they waved. They waved on the Safavid front. Yeah. Yeah, no shot. Like if I'm Russia here, like I already have these units that are not doing a ton that are neutrals. Like I feel like building Ostrakhan is mandatory, or building one of these two feels mandatory to me. Um, this just doesn't defend. Wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They got lucky with the pro soft builds. Hey, sports balls. Yeah. For those who don't know, sports balls was commentator of the game. Yeah, I've not I've watched the opening of the commentary and just like maybe some year one stuff and kind of zipped through it. But then I decided I didn't really want to be spoiled for this, so I stopped watching. We're at the beginning of year two. Um, we were just talking about the softvid stuff. Here I go for Jassy because I'm like I don't know, Poland's dead. Yeah. That too. I don't know. I think like at this point, do you really need a Caspian Sea fleet? I mean, it would definitely endear them to us, but like, I guess if you don't know how the Russian builds are going, like once you see these builds, you're like, oh, I just never need to build a Caspian Sea fleet, right? Like everything around Caspian is mine anyway. You know how much to add since you're not a player, but you'll be sitting and listening to. I'm sure you have plenty to add. Like you looked at this game for far longer than us, and I think a lot of us just have this perspective of like I was looking here with my map zoomed in here, you know. Uh, so yeah, if you do have insightful commentary or just commentary in general, I'm very happy to hear it. Um, but yeah, so here, this is arranged with Austria. This bounce in Trieste. Um, we're still working with Austria, but it's a little bit more tense now that these builds went through. And this is none of this is arranged. I should have been forcing myself into Ionian here, I think, tactics wise. Like Skirky Banks is fine, but it's not nearly as interesting as Ionian. If you're not in Ionian as Ottomans, you're just boned. Like you have no line. Yeah, there's a lot of fun tactics we have to gloss over for time. Yeah, for sure. Um, there are going to be some cool shots that we can go stare at and have some fun with. Um, yeah, so like this is just brutal because um, we're not an Ionian. Actually, I'll talk about the stuff next phase, but like you can see the way that Spain has played this, like giving France course, like Austria is getting Florence. They're gonna get something. There's like guesses to get stuff off of Poland. They're gonna be up builds, and that's not good. It's really not good if they're up a lot of builds. Lack of build A Marseille. Yeah. They went Paris and Dijon, right? Um, I think there was at least 1 year, probably multiple years, where I was like, all right, like someone has to build like and come like build an army, just walk into Madrid or Barcelona, it's free. And I was looking around like, damn it, like Portugal and France are both disbanding this year too. Can anyone do something against Spain? But yeah, this was a big opportunity missed. But yeah, A Marseille going to Savoy is also an option here, right? It gives options for Florence. Just yeah, there's just not enough pressure. There's not enough units here to make any tension, or make anything possible. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, call it Portugal for not building Amiran armies. Yeah. All right, me too. It was just I was doing it in silence. um, yeah, so that's what's going on here. It looks like France is anti-Dutch. Yeah, this is rough. I mean, what do you do here? They built F Amsterdam. Does A Amsterdam even help? I guess A Amsterdam kind of helps. Yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are on two army builds for Dutch in year two. I'm not sure how I feel about that yet. Um, I feel like Dutch kind of have this Mughals problem. Um, like I think Sam and others have commented on this. Oh no, Portugal. Damn it. uh, yeah, this doesn't seem. This seems like a misorder. Um, where like once Mughals is Hyderabad, it's really hard for Portugal and England to do anything because um, you just kind of get pushed back into your build centers, and there's just like there's not really a good way to reinforce, you know. Um, and I feel like something similar is going on here. Like you're just out of space as the Dutch. Um, in this situation, maybe you can put one build in Amsterdam, but that's kind of it for the game. And if you're not building this year, then you're hosed. Okay, Netherlands and Poland are working together at least. Yeah, Poland getting this back. Sweden and Russia finally on the same page on Riga. Yeah, I think I probably should have taken this support. Like, I don't think Firebender ever stabs me here. He's just kind of like Poland is in a really rough position and has enemies all around, right? So we're just looking for anything. So this like conga line, like I could move Ochkiv to Poltava, Constantinople to Ochkiv with support, and like there's nothing Poland can really do to stab me, right? Like this is just good position. I should just do this. I mean maybe Poltava gets popped or something if I'm not careful. But I think this is a mistake, right? Because like Jassy is always around for me in fall. If I want it, that is, you know, I can just choose. Yeah. Okay, I think that's Europe. This all feels very normal. Normal core, Spitsbergen, sure, alright. I'm sure the commentators were screaming. No one in the Caucasus guessing right? Yeah, this is the second time we tried to promise Safavids a dot and they just kind of walked past. Yeah, so the Safavids, I guess, guess right, right? And Ottomans and I are just still like, we should fight each other and just. Or so Ottomans and Russia and I are just both like thinking that we're fighting each other, and Safavids is kind of mopping us up. But yeah, that's a trend. I think we needed to get on the same page with Russia sooner than we did in this game. Yeah, yeah, I think it's totally fine for you. It's totally fine to retreat to Copenhagen. It's like I retreat to another dot. Like, oh, I'm so depressed. Like, it's fine. Um, and you have Skagerrak. You're going to be able to put two or three on this. Like, the Polish dots, as long as Russia is with you, the Polish dots are just yours long term. And you look at Silesia and you're like, wow, like this is really good for you. Yeah. You're coring like we were talking about. Everyone wants Mali in England and Mali, apparently. Some level of trust between France and Poland here. I guess this is anti-Spain, or this is the Canaries for Rabat trade. I think during this time I'm like trying to press to Spain, like, hey, like you're trying to do the Canaries for Rabat trade, but you're trying to do it with Luxon, like. uh, Convoy to Jutland and Copen next. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, this is a perfectly fine position. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, mission accomplished. Like, Poland didn't build a fleet in Gdansk. Like, you did way more than we did for our year one int, right? Like, speaking of our year one int, this is going to haunt us for a long time. Um, Hawarda Zagawa is just super annoying. Yeah. And here, like this fleet mecha is just kind of locked. Like maybe the move is support hold convoy. That's actually kind of funny. Wait, no, convoy doesn't do anything. There's nowhere to convoy to, right? Yeah, and here we see like Adron is just not on board with us, and this is also kind of beginning of the end because Dutch is also not on board with us, right? So realistically, like we are the only people fighting Abyssinia, and if it's just a one-on-one, it's just not that great. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. You're just like, hey, like, would you like Mandara? And then the Dutch are like, oh, Dot. I like Dot. Yeah, what do you do if you're Congo here? Um, okay, this is troll. Why? This isn't, I'm not trying to go to Loengo move, right? This is like, I'm trying to keep the Dutch on side move. So what were they expecting out of the Dutch? Congo should need to press more. Were they just like a relatively inactive presser or something? I think they just, yeah. So like, Ajron is definitely stabbing Congo here, right? Because Ajron thinks they're getting support into Azande. Yeah, they asked you to tap Azande. Yeah. Okay. This is kind of anti-Portugal, right? You do this because you want the option of going to Sakalava in fall. Back to ads. Sorry. Um, what else is going on? Oh, oh, this is not how I thought this would play out. Huh. Yeah, like I would fully expect like Batavia to Timor here at least, and then you like support yourself to Coral, or you like you have some level of guaranteed progress if you're putting these three fleets on it. Um, hmm. Mughals is working with Dutch though, but Aitai is not, and Spain is not either. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what is Portugal doing from Coral too? Right? Like they can never leave Timor, and now Flores is guaranteed. Oh gosh. Adron promised Congo support to Azande. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is what I figured happened, right? Yeah. I don't know what they thought the Dutch were doing, though. I assume they thought that the Dutch and Abyssinians were not working together, so this is like just good Dutch press. Or maybe they thought that they were going for Agadez or something. I don't really know. Um, I questioned this Kormabanza, though. I don't know what that's about. Um, what else? Yeah, all these fleets are just going to come east. Uh, we talked about Europe, talked about Saf. Misorder puts Mughals in Hyderabad. Oh, Russia. I'm sorry, Russia. England and Mughals are working together now. Are they fighting elsewhere? They didn't tap Rattled. Oh, this bounce, I guess, is also kind of hostile. Okay, so I guess England and Portugal are just fighting. Corfusan, yeah. What else is going on over here? The standard, I want Okinawa. When your war with Portugal started, yeah. I didn't know you had a war with Portugal until just now, so that's about where we're at. I think everything just stays in place here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, we're just committing a lot of units to this, like, Inuit push on Qing, and no one's going to have any follow up. Like, I think that there's just nothing. Once this fleet is in Nivix, I think you're just stuck. And Tokugawa's the one making progress. Okay. But regardless, I don't know if this is... Yeah, this is forcing Karakoram, right? That's what this moveset is intended to do. So it does look like a Ming-Qing alliance, at least, still. Right, because if they were if Ming was anti-Qing, they'd just be going to Zhili and Hohodir, right? And they would have guaranteed Chengjing. Ming getting Bamo. I getting Hanoi. These adjacencies in this area are so tiny. I think another dismissed order. Oh no, they thought Portugal thought Ming was working with them, or just offered to support and just didn't have it get taken. But I guess they're just chilling. I mean, there's nothing Portugal can really do while this Hokkien fleet is here, right? They just kind of have to sit. And there aren't enough units around to force anything off of Portugal. It's just kind of stalled. Maybe next year or something there'll be a build or something, and you can see that coming down, and they can force Portugal out of things if IU and Ming continue to work together. Oh, this is 3F1A. Yeah, this feels like an IU Ming kind of alliance since back here, since builds at least. And they bounced Bamo in year 1. Yeah, I think this is like an IU Ming alliance. All right, let's look at other things on the board. Anishinaabeg, yeah, this is a really big tile for France to have. Yeah, France is just pushing. No. Ville-Marie is not guaranteed, right? But like, I can't imagine France or Dutch are particular. France is not happy with Oneida. Right? If this was Boston to Connecticut, then the Dutch might be unhappy. But here, this is like, I want to put 2 on Ville-Marie, right? Oh, and look at this too. Yeah, the English and the French are not friends. And is Inuit taking sides? Doesn't seem like it. I guess you could... This is definitely not pro-French. This is not pro-Inuit, right? So, like, I think Inuit wants to be on England's side here. Yeah, anti-France. Is there a reason not to go to Michikamau? Like, what's the reasoning for the hold? If Kuchek is going to Labrador Sea, then either this is getting supported in which case it doesn't matter, and you just go to Michikamau, or you bounce them out of Michikamau, right? I guess the set you're worried about is like Papinashwa and Naskapi without support. Yeah, that is kind of a brutal set. But now there's this guess. It's kind of... I think Inuit's losing something. They weren't France because France stabbed them. Yeah, here, yeah. I think until now I would have been fine with France's Inuit, especially because of Fleet Chipuyan, this bounced Inena, and like France helping with Athabasca not doubling. I feel like I would have been pretty inclined towards France here, but not after this. This has no purpose except anti-Inuit. So it seems like France is just at war with everyone here. Okay, bounce by design here. And this feels like arranged. This does not feel arranged. I think Atha is in just for a really sad time now. I just holds. Wow. And core. Belize to Mexico City is brutal. I think this is the second time from England. And like it's happened a couple times this game where people just go to the province that they want to go to in fall, but just in spring. Now there's just nothing you can do, right? Belize gets taken. Ouch. Okay. Well, it also looks like there's an English-Spanish war Okay, and Dutch is on side with England. I think this is bot error stuff. I think this is a support hold and it should be fine. Yeah, Bogota to Quito, not Orinoco. Yeah, this is so bad. Because, like, if you bounce this, then you can force them out of Gulf of Honduras too, and you can build again in Belize. And now instead of that, you just lose Belize. It's just, oh no. Um, I guess, I mean, why? I guess Spain is trying to be pro-Dutch by not scaring the Dutch about Orinoco. I think that's the read. Um, and they slip into Exura here. Oh, Aymara. Okay, I want to see how this resolves. It gets worse in fall. Oh boy. All right, we'll get there soon. Um, yeah, Mapuche is just killing Guarani here. Yeah, this is the phase. This is the phase. Oh man, the Guarani player was like, I'm dead in this phase. Artic, yes, Artic said like I was dead in this phase, and here we are, like way too long later, and I'm now looking at Guarani. Yeah, Tupiniquim. Yeah, not building Sao Paulo is just kind of yeah, this is gonna happen. Um, I don't know. I think Guarani needs some tweaks, or like the South America situation needs some tweaks. I feel like we still haven't really changed the dynamic of Mapuche being a corner power. Like I don't know. I look at this board and I don't really see what the long term Aymara Guarani cooperation looks like when these guys are dead. Right? I guess it involves a lot of fleets for both of these powers. Okay, I guess I do see it. It involves a bunch of fleets, right? But then I don't know. I just think Mapuche has the better position here. There's no other person on the other side to worry about, right? Um, in fact, like Mapuche is the one pressing over here, right? Yeah, I guess this is the thing to read from the army builds too. Like if I see these army builds, I'm like, oh, I'm dead as Grok. Arctic Aymar is crazy because they help Mapuche completely kill me and get one SE from the end. Oh my god. Aymar and Guarani have a really even split. Oh, maybe I've seen a diagram of yours. Like it's some kind of split like this, right? Like where like do a bunch of fleets or something like that. But like, what does the year two look like? Like if Aymara says I want to go anti Mapuche, like aren't they running through a ton of these neutrals? It feels kind of slow. Or not even neutrals, just like non-Cs to get there. Like I feel like I kind of have to go out of my way as Aymara to attack Mapuche because my neutrals are on the Guarani front, right? They're yeah. Maybe like this needs to be connected to this province, like Japaya, and like and then you can do something. Um, but also like having a fleet here is rough. Like I mean, putting the fleet here is a pro Mapuche move, right? Like there's just not two ways about that. Mapuche is the corner power and the biggest threat in an alliance of three. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we have the same read. Um, Tupunukum gets forced. Yeah, holds. No, I don't know what these units were supposed to do, but like you had units promise things, offer support. Um, okay, it's just war everywhere in the Americas. I think we've talked about this in quite a bit of depth. Let's look at fall. Okay. What's happening in fall? This is the turn where Austria stabs me. So if you look at this order, this is oh, these orders didn't go through. I don't know if this is a bot adjudication error. I'm pretty sure I did enter the right orders. I don't know. I'm just noticing that now. But yeah, like my DMZ offer to Austria here was like, I'll convoy to Naples from Split. We'll just bounce here, and we'll have Trieste and Sarajevo occupied. So I don't have to worry about you building fleets. You don't have to worry about me ever building armies, and we're just chill forever. And I think this is like actually the DMZ line. Like I was honestly willing to do this line. Um, but I think I made it harder with this build in Sarajevo, and Austria made it hard with this build in Fleet Trieste. I think we just needed to talk more in builds last year. And because, well, Austria and Spain, Spain is gunboating me, and Austria knows this. So Austria knows that like Spain is telling them truthful orders. So they just always have Naples. So like, what am I offering? Why am I getting Naples? Why am I ever getting Naples in this situation from Austria? I just have I have nothing I can promise to them, right? I can just be like, well, I can take Naples, and then your two fleets can just sit here for all time, like doing nothing. Um, Maybe the move is to promise them split or something like that. Yeah. So this is the turn that Austria stabs Spain. This is the one turn. Um, this is not agreed between Austria and Spain. Um, Austria and I had agreed about this convoy. I think Austria and Spain had agreed about supporting into Otranto, which would also have been brutal against me. But yeah, that's how it was. I do get Ionian Sea, which is nice. Tunis was just forced. There was just nothing to do about it, so I just let it go. I think I was talking to Flair about this later. This is so hard to defend. This is a Cree, right? Like, this is a Cree. Where Athapaska wants Cree, because they can double with Cree. But, like, keeping Cree is, like, a nightmare, because there's all these tiny provinces around it that you can just all get attacked from. So, like, anyone who wants it off you can attack you. And then after Cree, there's just no line. Like, these three units will just fight you forever, unless you have a fleet in Hudson Bay. And the way you have a fleet in Hudson Bay is, like, Chipuyan is, like, you build one here and somehow convince Inuit that, like, it's pro-you, or you have Inuit come down here and, like, help you, right? And this feels the same way. Like, how am I defending Tunis? I never defend Tunis. It's a huge, long province with, like, 30 things that Spain is going to have next to it. And after I lose Tunis, like, how am I defending Tripoli? It's just, oh, it's brutal. And then if I'm not defending Tripoli, how am I defending Levantine? This is just a really hard attack to deal with. I mean, like, there are some guesses you could get right. You once let Atha build after Puyan as Inuit? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's cases for it, right? It's hard. In B1S, I had the Inuit player come down to Hudson Bay and support hold me in Cree. And that's how we help align together. Because Inuit and France were just death warring over here, so they were willing to do that. And I just had an army sitting in Chipuyan that was like, you're not getting this dot. Don't try to stab me. You're not getting this dot. Don't try to stab me. Uh, we got into Caribbean. Oh, that's actually hilarious. uh, but yeah, I just like... there are plenty of misplays I make, right? Like misreading the builds. I don't think this is a misplay. Like, I think dedicated Spain just gets this. Um, like, I don't know. On the one hand, I'm like, I don't know, like, what was I supposed to defend? But then I look at the position at the end of the game, and I'm like, what did Spain really get off me? Like, what did any of these people get off me? I don't think it was good for their position, but we'll get there when we get there. Um, but yeah, so here, like, Austria snipes Naples. They get the right guess off of Krakow, and they have Florence because France gave it to them, right? Because they got Corse. And so Austria has Trieste covered and goes +3. So they have built all armies here, right? And, like, they're going to build all armies here. What are they going to do? Like, these units have nothing to do except come after me now. And so, like, we're just kind of locked in war until the end of the game. This is just a fuck up. This is a tactical screw up. This, like, Jassy should always be support holding Kyiv, because there's no universe in which Firebender stabs me here. Like, even though I have Jassy, right? Like, Sweden and Russia are the people who are friggin' hinting him year one, right? So, like, Jassy doesn't need to be supported. Jassy supports hold Kyiv, Targovy support holds Kyiv, and I keep everything, and Poland keeps Kyiv. Like, I think I always want Poland to win here. This is just a tactical blunder on my part. Because, like, freaking Russia's not helping us. Oh, I think maybe something needs to be done about these units, right? Like, these two are right on top of each other and they kind of overlap. All right, let's send a message in the Discord that says, like, hey, can we move the position of the army in Kalmykia? A couple of suggestions. I think it's here. And the army in Kalmykia be the placement of the army can be moved a bit so that Astrakhan, it's clear what Kalmykia is doing in this kind of situation. Okay. But I think this is a self-bounce here. But they do lose Kabardia. But yeah, this is a tactical mess up. This was just not reading the position properly, right? Like, maybe I offer split to Austria here in exchange for this. It's just really, yeah, after this point, it's just kind of over in terms of me being able to press anywhere in Austria. Oh, thank you for following, whoever you are. We reached our follower. I can't read anything on this background. Oh, cool. Okay, thank you. +5 Sweden. Are you kidding? Oh, you get Wilno here because, yeah, you're tapping Wilno. So you get Wilno here. You get Riga. Trondheim was banked. Copenhagen was just also free, and I can't read this. I don't know what happened here. You're losing Kiel and Gdansk, right? What else am I missing? +1, +2, +3. I think this is -1 and +1 here, so still +3. And I don't know what the heck is happening here. And then -1 here. Yeah, this is like a support hold, I guess. And then you lose Gdansk. Yeah. Bad guess. They lose Krakow out of it, but they make you go +2, yeah. Yeah, rough times. Yeah, Spain overbuilt fleets and is basically just sustaining them. Exactly, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units, right? And I guess, like, if you want to put 7 units on me, I don't know. they'll get 3 dots by the end of the game. Yeah. What else is happening elsewhere in the world? Let's not be salty about this too long. I don't think it's particularly attractive. Okay, I think France and Dutch have just chilled, I guess, because of this Austria attack. I don't know what going to Paris does. No one's on the same page, right? Like, Dutch thinks England is holding. France is like, oh, I want to go to English Channel to tap it or to get support from the Dutch. And England is like, I'm worried about the Dutch getting London. I'm just out of here, dude. Yeah, Char, that's the read. +2. They do keep Strasbourg, though, which is nice for France. Yeah, I'm curious why they didn't continue to press. They can guarantee Cologne, right? And I guess it depends on whether you think Netherlands has builds. If they don't have builds and you get into Cologne this year, it's over. Your magnum opus is later on. We'll get to it. I promise. Eventually. All right. What else is happening? Yeah, Safavids is just running over Russia, and like fundamentally, we're just not getting any gains here. Russia's still fighting us, and they have a ton of units on Poland, but they just haven't put the units up to defend against Safavids, right? Like in the build phase last year. So we're just seeing the consequences of that. Bukhara Core, what? Wow, just like total trust between Safavids and Mughals. Cool. Good for them. They dot us. Yeah, so this is the disaster year, I think, for us. We get Gondar, we get, oh yeah, Jalo. This is so annoying because now Tunis and Jalo are both here and they can like actually work with each other. And yeah, we're just we're very sad about it. Um, we do get Michele and Gondar. We let Adran into a den. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like we were thinking Ajran would be willing to work against us if we were just not hostile, but that was just not the case. They were this unit was only ever used against us, and yeah, everyone is happy and friendly in South Africa. Anti-Congo is happening. Everyone is anti-Congo. Oh no, and Congo is Congo is not having a good time. Um, oof. Okay, what else? Yeah, France and England are fighting. Yeah, I mean your press was fine, right? And like I think if you're Ajran here, you're just like, well, I can just sit here and like I will never get attacked by Abyssinia this whole game. I don't have to worry about anything. I don't know if it was like but we'll see how many dots they end up pulling off of Congo and Portugal. I was not convinced that this was worth it for the Ajran player because they didn't end up getting anything on this side, right? They like I think they might get Sanaa by endgame. That's it. Um, and the rest of the gains are all yours. But yeah, I guess we'll see like what kind of supports you're able to offer them here, what kind of dots or press or ability to push that Ajran has here, and then we can, I don't know, we can analyze. I think this player is also like Aeolus. I think they're a relatively strong player, or like they're a well-known player. So yeah, I'm sure they're also not the kind of person who's going to make these kinds of decisions with no reason. I was a little puzzled by it, but that's a me problem. Um, yeah, stabbing in the Canaries for a bot trade. I messaged Spain after this, and they were like, "Yeah, everything's arranged." It's like, what? uh, I was confused, and I think this year we'll see like this might be the year sports where I was like, anyone, a Marseille, a Porto. They were thinking really fast and can see what they gained from stabbing you. Yeah, that might also have been a press issue on our end too. I don't know if Artyma's still around, but like I feel like Warsangali, Deborah Burhan, Azande, like these are all your dots. I think in the long term it gets kind of rough because you're just pushing like Ottomans is pushing a bunch of units this way, and you're pushing Ajran is pushing a bunch of units this way, and then they end up having nothing to do with each other except fight. So like I don't know, is that really advantageous? But I don't know. Also, the calculus might be different for Blitz. I feel like I might have gone for it. Like not knowing anything about the press, I might have gone for it. Um, but I would have gone for it in bills. I wouldn't have gone for it in this phase or at this point. Yeah, yeah. I feel like that's the right line to take, Shifty, and yeah, it's good press on your part. Um, okay, so that's the situation. This Jalo army is just going to be a nightmare. Um, we talked about Europe. We've talked about Europe. Yeah, defending against Safavids, but too late. What's going on in Asia? Who's this? Tokugawa? This is the Tokugawa anti-Inuit stab? Yeah, like this is the point. Like Inuit never got any further than Nivix. I just don't think this is a stab that lets you make progress. Ah, yeah. They just kept lying. Yeah, that's another Blitz thing too. I think it's much easier to just like, okay, I've decided to like always lie to this person. um, I think it's also related to like the game ending fast, right? There's just not enough rounds to go here. Oh man, Qing and Russia think they've pieced out. Well, Qing thinks they've pieced out with Russia. That's just not the case. Um, Now Russia has both of these. This is just total dipsy doodle. Oh, nothing goes through because of the bounce in Pyongyang. But this is like a really aggressive turn from Toku. I don't know if any of them are on the same page. I guess it's not even like Toku and Qing are on the same page, right? They're both fighting Inuits, but over here they should be like supporting one another back in to like try to take Hanyang or something. I don't know what this is. I'm confused. I think this is like very much every man for himself kind of deal. Like they could have like Ming and Toku are not working together. Toku and Qing are not working together. I guess this is a Qing Ming. This is the Qing Ming, right? Oh dear. Why? This is a guaranteed move. Like no one's gonna bounce you out of here, right? So this is Ayutthaya telling Ming that they're gonna bounce them in Kunming with strength one. And then stabbing, so they walk out of the dot. Oh, they just said, yeah, I'll stab Abby here every single turn. So it never felt like a negotiation was something that needed to happen. They just never followed through. Yeah. Yeah, it's also a Blitz thing. Like, I think a lot of the time you can just talk with people and, um, figure out, like, in a full press game, you have 2 days to, like, figure out this kind of thing. So you can talk a lot more in depth and, like, you can be like, I don't know about that. I feel this way about it. Or, like, maybe with this change. And in Blitz, it feels like, oh, this person's just lying to me. If that's your initial vibe, then you just like, all right, whatever. Like, I'm just gonna say whatever that's easiest and move on with my life. This is another one where I think we could do with a little bit of more clarity in the map. Is this Bay of Bengal supports Morocco to Pegu? I think it's Bay of Bengal supports Pegu to Andaman, right? But I'm just gonna comment that too. One, use some more clarity. It's hard to tell if Bay of Bengal is porting Morocco to Pegu or Pegu into Andaman without like a microscope. But I think this is this support because I see a little bit of dotted line here. Yeah, maybe Pegu, like, these three are kind of in a line, right? That's the problem. So, like, Andaman could be moved, Andaman C could be moved, like, up here or something, and that would solve the problem. Um, okay. This dot... what is holding? I think this is just Netherlands messing up. I don't know what holding does. I think this is just a misorder. And yeah, Flores is gone. Flores is gone. That's what we thought. And Pucci is getting Golomar Ergen. Salmanon's back to Danny. Yeah, brutal. So everyone is fighting Dutch in this area now. But it's kind of sad. Like, for the way this opened in year one, this looked super interesting, and now it just looks like a gang up on the Dutch. Okay, that's Asia. We can look at India briefly, I guess. Okay, England and Portugal are back on side, I guess? Kind of. They're putting, not just putting England in Madurai, and they are working together against Mughals. So I think this is England stabbing Portugal here again. Dutch aggression. Yeah, but I think the moves in spring were also just not the moves to follow up on this, right? Like, I think if you want this, you need to do something like you need to keep Ayutthaya on side. Like you want to promise Ayutthaya Cotabato, or you just offer them Andaman. Um, because it did seem like Dutch and Spain were like Spain was going out of their way to not bother the Dutch here, right? Wait, that's not what this is then, right? Like here we're clearly going after the Dutch. So why not Orinoco here? Like Dutch are not going to be like Dutch are going to be way madder about this. I don't know. I'm confusion. Um, I mean, I like these moves though. Sulu's good. Holmeyer is good. Like Spain's going to make good progress. Um, okay. Yeah, this is the stalemate I was talking about. Yeah. They're in Cree for now, but it's not going to last here, right? Oh, we're in the wrong phase. Yeah. Oh, why support hold? Take the progress. Okay, I guess it works out in the same. Like, Inuit did the guaranteed moveset anyway, so. Um, yeah. Yeah, Atha's just cooked. Wait, core? This looks like a ranged. Because, I mean, Arpa would have supported it in if it wasn't a range, right? But also Chitimacha could have supported it in. I you watching at my moves. Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'm gonna, like, I don't know, I feel like I have to offer this disclaimer. Like, I'm gonna be like, these moves are, I didn't like these moves, or these moves were good, and uh, that's not a value statement about, any particular person. Um, it's just how it went, right? Like I am. It's going to be a consistent theme that I'm going to complain about Spain moving all their fleets towards me, and then I'm also going to shit on myself for not making the correct moves to defend against Spain. So yeah, um, please don't take it as personally or anything at all. That's not the intent. Um, but yeah, I think if you aren't building, if you're going to go to Sutini here, you just build here and do this bounce, right? Like the Sutino build was better in the spring. Okay, and you bounce in Ville-Marie, normal. Yeah, England and France are just boring. Oh, guaranteed Port Royal, love that for us. All right, so Inuit England. It's like a weird multi-way war, right? Like, um, it's a weird multi-way war because England and France are fighting. France and Inuit are fighting, and both France and Inuit are fighting at the Pascha. It's just, oh my god. Um, okay, guaranteed St. Augustine. Yes. Yeah, the punish on the wave. Um. Oh wait, what happened here? Oh wait, this wasn't guaranteed Belize take. No, Salt still keeps Belize, right? Because like I think the correct moveset here was Gulf of Honduras getting supported into Belize, because that support's not tappable. Like the support from Yucatan isn't tappable. And then they could have just left it as is. But that's just guessing that Spain, like this is a really like risky guess, right? Because if Spain goes to Jamaica here, then you also walk out of Belize. Oh wow, this is like clever from the English players, but I think the Spanish misorder kind of saved them because they get to go to Jamaica now. They get to go to Jamaica, and they walked out of Belize. They do get Gulf of Mexico. All right, here's another one. And another one. Yeah, very bad. Yeah, it's just unlucky. It's a hard guess. But yeah, the Yucatan thing just was brutal. The Yucatan misorder is just brutal here. Um, the Dutch, okay, this is still everyone working together, or well, Dutch and English working together at least. We're just kind of chilling. I guess this is just Spain chilling with Poland. Um, we're forcing France out. Yeah, this is what was going to happen. Mordstad gone. That was also forced. So it's Aymara Dutch against Portugal, Spain. And everyone is fighting Guarani. Yeah, it's really fun seeing how in Blitz, like, the alliance structures just like are kind of weird. There are like all these like weird multi-way things happening because people are only like you're working with him and they're working with them. Oh, I don't want them to get dots because they're gonna do this, and then like I know all the opportunity to like think through all the moves is just gone, and you just have to talk to people like one level away from you. You don't get to be like, well, I don't want this person to grow because then this, and then like that'll affect the player next to me and make them grow, and then like okay. Um, so you get weird stuff like this where like Portugal and Guarani are fighting, Aymara and Portugal are fighting. Like all three of these people are fighting each other. um, this is a brutal move set for Guarani here. Oh no. Um, Calm and Aoreo both gone. So this was intended to force. Well, this wouldn't have forced Calm if with this support. So what's the intent? I mean, there's not really a way to read O5 back here that isn't pro Aymara. So I assume that the Aymara player has tricked Mapuche somehow. Yeah, I think this is an Aymara stab. I'm like, oh my god, this too, and this. It's just oh. Rip. Um, okay, poor Grani. Let's try to go. I think we talked about everything so far. We can look at builds for this year, and we'll. This is the first of many where I think we'll be sad about how things are going. Winter builds. Okay, someone's just here. So what happened? Who actually got builds, right? So England went +6, Dutch are +0, Portugal are still at 32. They went +3, and French went +3 as well. And Spain is +0. So yeah, I think this is really where I was hoping for some work against Spain here from the Portugal player, but I didn't see where they actually built. They built Arguin? Rio, okay. Timor's covered. Cochin. Okay, yeah, I feel like India's in a really rough position. Yeah, I don't know. I think even like with one army, the thing is like if you build one army here as Portugal, you are guaranteed getting Madrid, right? And you just stab them over the Rabat Canaries trade. So I don't know. I was kind of screaming internally for Portugal to build armies here, but I don't want people should do things that are good for me to be the vibe of this AAR. um, but yeah, England is looking very good here. Um, I guess like the Belize for St. Augustine trade happened, but it was kind of accidental, right? Yeah, and Baracoa is kind of in a tough spot. We'll see how this continues to go. What else is getting built? Yeah, disbanding F. Chapuyan, definitely the move. Um, this is anti-Spain. Don't worry, you'll say it. Portugal should have been the. All right. Yeah, this is really rough because now Spain. Oh wait, why does Spain have a build? They must have had forced disbands. They have two builds. They built Mexico City West Coast and Panama South Coast. I'll say it. I don't agree with these builds. You convince how? How do you do this? Uh, as a peace agreement. But what does this unit do? Oh my gosh, you got them to build Panama South Coast and Mexico City West Coast. That's like, I don't know, a silver tongue, dude. I think like Spain at this point in builds just cooked, right? Because uh, Nueva's just forced. There's just nothing you can do about Nueva. Um, Apache is probably gone next year if you're trying to enter like 100% consistent safe moves. But like Nueva's definitely gone. Um, I don't know how you like. Do you defend? How do you defend anything? Army St. Augustine. Wait, how? Oh, you just moved it south. Yeah, brutal. Now there's always like convoy stuff to worry about too. Yeah, we lost any chance of defending with the builds. I agree. Yeah, defensive builds. Yeah, Sam, this feels like a kind of move you would play. You'd be like, so you're not intending to stab me, right? So why are you making the builds that would like give you the potential to stab me? And then like the other person does the thing where they're just like, they give up all their leverage to stab you, and then you're just like, oh, nice. These dots are mine whenever I want them. um, you played with them before, okay. Um, yeah, like what's your feeling? Like, do you have insight or something about their play, or their play style, or preferred way to do things? Um, I got very little. Like Spain is gunboating me here. Um, so I'm not going to be the most interesting person to offer insights about what Spain is thinking about. Um, yeah, two fleets, one army. I don't think you need more armies here unless you're like. I think if you build too many armies, you're signaling to Aymara that you're going to stab them. So I like this from Mapuche. You just have good progress against Guarani this year. You don't have to stab Aymara at all. Um, yeah. Oh, I had a different Spain player who was very vindictive. Okay. Oh, there was a duo. Yeah. They were scared of you. Yeah. I think most people would be. um, Yeah, I somehow like I don't know how you managed to do it, Salt, but like I mean with Bird in the last Ottomans game and this here, like at the same time you have like this reputation for being a very stabby player. Um, but also you seem to consistently be able to like press your way into situations that let people get themselves stabbed, you know? Um, she had one planet stuck to it. Yeah. Okay. That is consistent with my feeling about this, right? Like we're just gonna full send. Yeah, press style. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I Salt. I've been country specking you in the ice cream game, right? And that one's been depressing. That one's been very depressing. I don't think I'm giving anything away by saying that. Um, but yeah, if you can convince people to do things that are good for you, I feel like that's like 90% of the game. Don't look. Yeah, yeah. No, we don't need to talk about that one. That's fine. We talked about B1N. Now it's time to talk about ice cream, and then we'll just be very sad. uh, okay, yeah, Bill Murray. This is all normal builds. I don't think we need to talk too much about this. Oxford? Oxford over Plymouth is really interesting. This is a we're scared of the Dutch and Sweden move, and we're trusting France, or this is a we're covering Plymouth with Wales anyway, so why do we need to build there move? Um, yeah, I guess you could put this fleet either way and have Wales cover the other one. Well, it's just a really good defensive position to just bounce stuff. Okay, but yeah, this is the three army Austria thing I was talking about earlier, right? Like, Pressburg has nothing to do besides fight me. Um, Poland is freaking dead because I screwed up my orders on Kiev. So like what is are like I can't even be like, oh yeah, Austria, just go north, get Warsaw. Like that's not the thing that's happening. So yeah, I'm just very sad here about the way that I played this, the way that I played Naples, the stab here. I'm just sad about everything. Um, Here, after Trebizond is a very anti-Russian play. I think this is in retrospect, maybe another case where we stuck to the pre-game plan too much. Like, very consistently, Sofovitz has done nothing for us that have benefited us, right? They've just gone for Russia. Um, and this is us saying, like, we're going to go anti-Russia here, but, like, also, like, yeah, Poltava, what the... the Russians have put their units all up against here so that we have nothing to do besides fight them. I don't know. I feel like there was a peace offering to be made here somehow, but I don't quite know what it was. But I am glad to see these two builds. Um, yeah. Okay. Bandarabas, Army, Fleet of Medabad. Oh, what did the Army of Medabad do this year? I think we're curious about what that was doing. To Delhi? And then support whole Hyderabad. Okay. Okay, I guess that was fine. Um, they got Pegu. Because I think on... Oh, I think Ayutthaya walked out. Yeah, Spain is doing well here. Ayutthaya is doing well here. Yeah, everything is normal. I don't know. Nothing to say. Let's look at the next year. This is 1644 now. We're in year three. We're 3 hours in. We're not at the break. Crap. I was trying to go faster than last time, not slower. um, okay. Year three. This is the point where I'm like, I'm at permanent war with the Austrian player, and I guess wrong. Like, what's the point of what's the point? Like, look at my tactics. What is the point of supporting from Ionian? I know it will be cut. Spain is gunboating me. Why am I doing this? This is terrible. um, yeah. I mean, nothing goes through except Adriatic, right? But this is never the moveset. The moveset is... We like the commentary, and you love talking, so take as long as you need. I appreciate that. My throat doesn't appreciate that, but I think, you know, I'm glad you do. But, like, this is never the angle. Like, this is never, 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 ever the angle. It's always... Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll get some more water. This is never the angle. The angle is always Ionian into Naples. And you support... Maybe you support... Sicily just gone this year, right? Regardless? Yeah. I don't know. They guaranteed Tripoli here. There's just nothing. I mean, we could have tapped Jalo. It's just a very hard moveset to see. And we just got outplayed, honestly, with the support. Yeah, and maybe there's something to do with like giving up Sicily. I just don't think that there's any line for Ottomans to defend at this point. I mean, definitely now that Austria's Adriatic, we're just hosed. Uh, like we're just gonna get pushed back forever. But yeah, like this thing is really brutal. I was talking with Flair about this after the game. So like Tunis is in Tripoli now, right? The problem with that is that like I can have all the fleets here I want. Unless I cover all of these provinces, there's going to be a nasty forward retreat, right? Which means that to get Tripoli back, we need to have a fleet in Levantine. Um, and the fleet in Levantine is trash. Like it does nothing except put you back in Tripoli. And getting a fleet to Levantine is also trash, right? Because like, how do I do it? I have to get builds and I have to get builds essentially. That's the only way. And surprise spoiler, I'm not gonna have any builds for the rest of this game. We're not gonna have any builds for the rest of this game. So yeah, it's just really, really hopeless. And from now on, there's just going to be options that Spain has. We can never support ourselves into Tripoli. Spain always has the option of going to Levantine and being really annoying, or supporting here into Gulf of Gabes or Ionian. Like, I think I hadn't. After B1N, I appreciated how important Ionian was as a tile, and after this game, I appreciate how important Tripoli is as a tile for Ottomans. You just can't lose it. Um, yeah, you just can't lose it. I don't know what else there is to say about it. Um, but yeah, okay. So there's the obligatory shitting on my own tactics that I promised you. Yeah, Jalo was really good. Yeah, this was huge. This play was huge. And it yeah, we just didn't see it. We just got outplayed, honestly. Um, and I think this is yeah. So we let Ajuran into a den because we're just like it's fine. Like Ajuran will help us with Abyssinia, right? And the first thing they do is like, all right, we're going for Sanaa. um, and they will proceed to never help us, never ever never. Um, and yeah, Gondar is what do you call it? It's guaranteed for Ottomans for Abyssinia again this year. So this is just really the end. Yeah, just got kind of got outplayed on the tactics. Guessed wrong, and yeah, to deserve to win for ShiftyFly, like getting all the stuff back. Um, Gondor's not guaranteed. Oh, it's a bounce, right? And you moved away. Yeah, you only have one on it. Sorry, never mind. And you have a Sap Stab is huge. Well, I think that comes in fall. They're gonna walk to Baghdad here, and yeah. Oh, they're already stabbing. Yeah, yeah. So really, we just got nothing from Safs, just all game. Here's another case. We're like Poland, please help. And I think okay, this is Russia trying to get Poland to go anti us. Wow. Yeah, Russia and I just Russia and Poland, like Ottomans here, just never really got along, despite this situation. Like I think in non-Blitz, this situation makes Ottomans and Russia work together 100% of the time. Like we can't afford to be doing this. Um, but yeah, we'll see. Like after the next phase, Russia and Ottomans, I'll say, because it's me and Artyma. We get our act together. Um, yeah, so this is always happening forever. This double bounce in Slavonia was arranged. This stuff was not arranged. Paris Dijon, yeah, still anti. These two are still fighting, but Dutch is now helping Austria, which is sad for us, but also kind of understandable given the early moves against the Dutch here. I'm also curious what that looks like in the rest of the world, because the Dutch have been working with England, right? And England and France have been at war. Um, yeah, so we see the cover Plymouth. Poor Ghent. Oh. Yeah, everyone is still scared about the others attacking them, except for Netherlands, who promptly get stabbed for it. Yeah, Russia, Poland, Ottomans never got along. Um, no, I was really fine with Poland for the whole game. I think I dotted them for Jassy for one phase, and it was fine. I just didn't have enough tempo, and I had disbands. So yeah. But yeah, Russia and I finally got our act together. I think around the break time. Um, but I think by then it was too late. Yeah, you just as Sweden, you just have one front to push on, and that's it, and it's fine. Like you don't have to worry about all this like nonsense. And Russia's not stabbing you here, right? So they already have too much to deal with, so you're good. Convoy to Jutland, I really like this move. You lose Copenhagen, it's fine. You have three in Copenhagen again. Um, you're getting Courland? No, it's just a bounce. Everything's bounced. Okay, so that's enough of that. Um, what else is happening? England goes against Dutch. Okay, so are England and France not fighting each other anymore? I guess. Um, okay, yeah, Congo is dying. This is just kind of sitting here, right? Saf stab. Uh, Astrakhan is gone. I think we end up getting Kharkov this year, which is nice. Oh, finally, the Mughal Sablin staffs happens. That's interesting. Core Bukhar. You made peace and stab shots. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that does seem like this. This. We'll look at North America, I guess, too. Yeah, this. Dutch getting into Erie is rough for France. Um, Convoy gets tapped. Unlucky. You get Baracoa. Yeah, that was guaranteed. It's not a forced disband because they can retreat to Windward Passage, but there's just nothing to do for them from there, just to be annoying, really. You have a stab here. Wait, Barbados was never taken until now? What? Huh? Oh. Spain and Poland are locked in this let's spend 2 units thing. here for 1643, and then France gets to get it. Yeah, because they're evacuating this stuff anyway, right? Because France is like, I guess I just lose this now. Okay. Dutch and Spain are also working together against France. So who is France working with? Dutch, England, Spain are all against France. Are Portugal and France working together? Yeah. Okay, this makes a lot more sense because I was like, if only France had one army build. But they're getting pushed back here. They're kind of holding still here, and they're losing ground here. They're not going to have builds. So, yeah, Spain kind of got saved in in Europe by that. Yeah, this is the expected guaranteed moves. Oh, they held Chitimacha? Oh, this is 100% a stab of Ute, right? This is not arranged one bit. But now, like, Nueva and Apache are guaranteed. Wow, that's so brutal for Spain. Right, because they also have to worry about, like, this convoy. They have to worry about a bunch of stuff. Oh. Yeah, this is just a really rough tactical position for Spain. Um, nothing to be done. All right. The Guarani player continues to get killed by Mapuche Portugal. Uh, Mordstad is back. Yeah, Aymara's just chilling. Aymara's absolutely chilling. Like, Aymara's under zero pressure. This looks so good for Aymara. Um, okay, we talked about North America. Oh, this stuff. Yeah. What happened here? So what does peace with France look like? It Okay, well, France didn't trust you totally, right? Because they support held this instead of support holding this, and they went to Michikamau, which risked this, which risked Nascaby. So I guess they still, well, I guess they trusted Inuit more than you, and this is like an attempted stab on Inuit. Um, I mean, Belle Ile also didn't. Belle Ile wasn't tapped, right? And it also could have supported Nascapi. I think this is a blitz moment because this is ordering a support that didn't happen, unless unless this is England stabbing France here, right? Like France seems to be under the impression that Capomil is going to Saint Margaret Bay, and they did that over holding themselves. Yeah, this is just gonna last for a long time, I think. Um, hmm. Chipuyan, yeah, yeah. They do get Ojigiri back. That's nice. Yeah, this is not guaranteed, right? But yeah, if Sutina is taking this, then you don't get Chilcotin because it gets bounced out. But Gross Ventures means Chilcotin is just over. Like this, it's so hard to defend after you gets this line. Yeah, we're just stalemating here. This is just gonna be life for these two. Oh, and they have the fleet here too. Yeah, Atha's cooked. Okay. Anything else of interest? We talked about the Swedish moves. I think we talked about. No, this is different, right? I don't think we talked about this yet. What's going on? England and Mughals are working together again. There's a lot of dipsy doodling happening. Um, hmm. Okay. I mean, they're angling for it's a Bellari angle for next year, right? I think Portugal's colony is just kind of toasted unless they can get Mughals on side. Promise Hyderabad or something. But I would be surprised if England wasn't promising Hyderabad to Mughals anyway. So I don't know what the leverage is, or maybe they're promising something. I think. Okay, what happened here? Oh, finally Bamo gets taken too. That's nice. Um, Blitz moment. Blitz moment. Blitz moment. Yeah, this is the Ayuming alliance, but they messed up their guarantee take on Macau. Oh, Ming is just leaving Qing to die, I guess. I don't know. Oh, look at this. Yeah, Qing and Toku working together again, and I knew it's just gonna get pushed back. Me mortars. What did this SPO fleet do? Okay, it's helping Amara. Roggeveen is kind of rough for Mapuche. Okay, I'm fine with this. I want to move. I want to move on. So I think this is 1644, which means this is spring 1644. So this next phase is going to be the last phase before the break. Yeah, let's look what happened. So at this point, they're in Adriatic, so I'm just losing ground in the west to Austria. So they get into Slavonia here. Um, what happens here? Oh, this is a stab. So Austria is telling me like we can try to figure out something to work together, and I'm like, all right, like the way that you make progress against Spain is getting supported in Tyrrhenian, so I'll support you there. And I think the Austrian player never thought I was telling them the truth about it. So yeah. Um, I mean, I was tapping Naples, which was good because otherwise I would have lost Ionian here. But yeah, nothing is lost. I think it's just all holds. Like, there were also just good tactics here, right? Like holding Gulf of Gabes is. I mean, I think I just thought that Spain was going for Sicily here. But if Spain is going for Sicily, I don't understand why I should support hold Sicily with Gulf of Gabes. This is always a useless support. Like I think my tactics are just wrong here. Like if the goal of this is to take Naples and not lose Ionian, what am I supposed to enter? I mean, I think I'm supposed to enter Ionian to Tyrrhenian, Gulf of Gabes to Ionian. Um, and if they support themselves this way to Sicily, then I get in and go here and then retreat forward. It's actually kind of decent, even if I do lose a dot out of it. Um, but yeah, now it's really just over for me. I think this was like the last chance I had to guess anything right. Because now Army Rome never threatens Spain, and they just sit here supporting, holding this all game, and Naples is just never at risk. So there's just no more gains for me here anymore. Um, and again, like this fleet Tripoli is just there's just nothing to do. Like my back line is just toasted. Yeah, and another outplay. We got outplayed by Abyssinia again. I mean, there's nothing we can do to defend this, so like so be it, I guess. Um, Yeah, we get tapped here. And this is the... No, this is not the stab phase. Huh. This is this phase before the stab phase, I think. Yeah, I should have known from looking at this that this is a sap stab. But there's also not much to do about it. Like, we don't have builds. Like, I feel like so many problems can just be solved if you have, like, a build or two. But the moment you start disbanding, it's just kind of a spiral. Yeah. What else is going on in Europe? Strasbourg lost for the Austrians. Some kind of DMZ or, you know, making up between the Dutch and the French. I can't read this for shit. This is a convoy to Copenhagen with support from these two. And I think it goes through. There's only one support on Kiel. But I think this should be tapping Kiel instead, right? Like, I don't know if it matters. Yeah, Gdansk and Copen with... Yeah, yeah. This is just good tactics. Or just bad guesses from Firebender, too. It's just really hard in this position. You have to, like, guess so much. Poor Königsberg is a total meme, though. Oh, why? No. I think this should always go to Gdansk, right? Because if they try to go for one, it doesn't matter because you supported yourself in, right? But if they try to go for both with one, you only get one. Yeah, it's a good convoy. It's a solid move. And it's like, how do you defend against this? Support hold everything. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a safe support hold here. Like, you're never losing either of these. And yeah, I don't know. I don't agree with going for Bremen. That's what I don't agree with. Yeah, yeah, this is a meme order for sure. For sure, for sure. Um, yeah, I mean, this is what we were saying, Char, just from the beginning. I don't remember if you were there just at 1642, but like, here, Poland is cooked, right? Like, and here, like, I mean, even with this weird Riga stuff, Poland is cooked. It's just, it's just over. Like, yeah. I mean, I don't. I think as the Ottomans, I don't mind this because fewer dots for Austria. Like, whenever Austria builds, the easiest thing for them to do will always be to send that unit against me. Riga was weird. Oh, you're just stuck in Riga. Yeah. See, look, we're still fighting here. We get ourselves into Kharkov instead of taking the Safavid support, which is fun. Um, I think so. So I'm controlling Europe, and Artyma's controlling Asia. I think if we had talked a bit, we would have figured out better tactics here. Like, we could have accepted the SAF support and then tapped Kiev and then gotten back here and then backfilled Kiev, right? I think the thing that we were this isn't misorder. This is a misorder. Poltava should be supporting into Kiev here, right? Always. Like, there's no reason to hold. the Poland Austria press, they were right in saying that the Riga bounce in Fall 42 is vile. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone's confused. Um, okay. Saf setting up for the stab. Like, what are these units doing? And then Saf tells us after this phase, hey, I can't fight Russia anymore. I forgot to enter a disbands. I'm going to stab you next. And we're just like, oh. And we're just disbanding, so we have nothing to do. Like, there's nothing for us to do about it. Yeah, Bellari. Yeah, this was the angle. This feels very tame. Oh, dotting Formosa. Rip Dutch. All right. Ming got both supports. Yeah, and then they choose to dot Formosa because they can just kick the Dutch out of the area entirely. And they're putting oh yeah. In exchange for Ming getting Formosa and Okinawa, Ming is giving Pyongyang and Hanyang um to Toku. So Ming net +1, Toku net +2. Yeah, it seems fine. I would be a little bit worried about this Lee Hanyang long term. Like, I think these fleets can very easily just show up in. Well, the moment the Dutch disband, Okinawa's dead. And when once there are three fleets here, here, and here, I think Nanjing, like these tiles, are going to be very hard to hold on to. Um, we'll see how that prediction plays out. Yeah, Cheng Ming Discord here because Ming is now working with Toku. What's happening here? My support hole doesn't do anything, right? It's just Evans lost. I think it's just Evans lost. Okay. Yeah, the Dutch and Mapuche are working together. Okay, so that's it for Portugal. Okay, so this turned out okay for the Netherlands in the end. Spain and the Dutch have gotten back on side with each other. Spain is not dotting Monado here, which was a guaranteed dot if they wanted it. And they're going to Tonkin, right? So this feels very anti-Ayutthaya now. This is pro-Dutch anti-Ayutthaya for sure. And they're defending Cotabato. Yeah, they're just covering everything Natuna can do. Damn. Yeah, I think the only way Poland could have gotten out of this was really good press. Yeah. I mean, yeah, after this kind of 0-1, it's just really, really rough. Like in this case, Austria just saw the blood in the water and just went for it, right? And they got like rewarded with Krakow. Like it was good. It was good for Austria to do this. Yeah, Poland is not. Okay, this is like a thing that's true of like everything, right? But like it's just not defensible if all of your neighbors attack you, right? It has to be press. Yeah, you were always getting. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like, why did Russia do this? Russia's gotten one dot. Like, right? Like Russia, I think Russia, like Russia went a lot of units west. They made a lot of commitment, and you're in Riga, you're in Wilno, as Sweden, and they have one dot for this, and they don't have an obvious next dot. I think I saw this in B1N2. Like, I was talking with a Russian player, like as Ottomans, and I was like, "Hey, you guys are killing Poland. Sweden is in Wilno. What are you getting?" And the Russia player is like, "I'm not getting anything, but it's fine because I have problems elsewhere." Which I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like the cards Russia played, I think were good for you, bad for Poland, good for Sahovid, right? And like sometimes that's just like, um, I don't want to strip anyone of agency in this like statement, right? So like I'm not going to do that. But like sometimes the cards are stacked a little bit in your favor, right? Like or against you, or however it is, right? Like sometimes things just work out well for you out of no plan of your own, right? It didn't sound like you had pressed Russia into doing this Poland attack, right? They just did it. Um, they got Warsaw and you took it back. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Warsaw's not a natural dot for them to have if they don't have Wilno, right? Like, I think the split has to be like, I think Russia has to get Warsaw and Wilno always. Um, and Sweden has to get all this coastal stuff. Yeah. Anyway, so that's this area of the map. We talked about Qingming, Ayutthaya. We haven't looked at Africa, I don't think. We do get Agadez here, which is actually really nice. Yeah, this is where I was like, every once in a while, I was like, wait, Firebender's dead here. How is he doing in his colonies? Or, I don't know what Firebender's pronouns are, sorry. Um, and like, every time I looked, Firebender were just gaming, like, gaming his heart out. Why'd Cairo go to Levant? Um, we knew that we could not defend. We knew that we wanted to go Hagar to Zagawa, I think, to stop this. But we just didn't think that there was any defense for Cairo, right? Like, so if you think Cairo was lost, then you want to go here so that you can set up this defensive line against Safavids, because we know we're not getting any builds. Um, and we think that this stuff is just lost. We could have done it in retreats, though. I think it might have been a mistake not to do it in retreats. Beja could have been nasty. Yeah, yeah, that's another move. Like, you put an army in front of my line, I'm gonna put another army in front of your line. Like, I'm gonna take Hawara. Like, we're just gonna screw with each other for all eternity. Like, that's another line. But I think that you'll see this army later actually being useful for defending against Safavid. Um, I think maybe yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some tactical misplay here. Um, like, yeah, so like for example, this hold is worthless. Like this hold is worthless, right? Support hold. So if we want to guarantee Cairo, like what we should be doing is like Hogar tapping Jalo and Gulf of Gabes tapping Tripoli, right? And we can support ourselves into Jalo and force you back. But I think this is a case where me controlling these units and Artyma controlling these units was working against you. We felt like we were in the back foot enough that we actually put ourselves in the back foot. Exactly. Yeah. 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 Very much so. Yeah. The mental was just not there. Um, and at this point, I was like really struggling with my Austrian negotiations, and that was taking probably too much of my time. I probably should have just said like Austria's just going to gunboat me, and I need to go look at tactics here or other places. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. I think Levant and retreats is fine, but during the phase, I don't think it was correct. I think we could have held Cairo. Yeah, this is also a little questionable in retrospect, right? Like, what's it then doing? I guess it could support hold Tadura if you think that we're trying to take Tadura, but I don't know if they believe that. Yeah, yeah, we're on the same page. Did you get your fleet popped? I think you got a fleet popped at some point. How did I miss that? Oh, Ajuran came here. You went here. You didn't retreat to Ausa? You disbanded. Ah. Yeah, when you roll dice. Yeah, exactly. I think we had this conversation about rolling dice. Yeah. Yeah, it's very easy to look at the stuff and be like, well, in retrospect, like Kujistan had nothing to do, so we should have just gone there. I think we assumed that this was getting supported in, so we're just like, whatever, like, We have no hope anyways, so why bother defending? And then they like it's one of the classic mind game thing where they're like, oh, we'll just go in with one. Yeah, yeah. I think these tactics are just us making mistakes, and these tactics are bad rules. Plus, Ajuran just being entirely unwilling to work with us here. Yeah. Okay. Um. Hey. DiamondArcher. Uh, were you one of the Spain players? I feel like I recognize this Discord username. You're my med Spain. Oh my god, you're the person who was fighting me this whole time. All right, cool. Yeah, I think like a solid percentage, like a solid double-digit percentage of this commentary is like, why did Spain want to fight me? And then also like, oh wait, there's ads. Oh wait, there's ads. PRP sauce. I don't know if the Spain player has ad block, but I think the discussion is yeah, yeah, yeah. I figured Bezos things. Oh, that's it's cool that you got to work together here. That was nice. We were just talking about this phase where we screw up the tactics here. We did get Kabardia and Kharkov. This is a super sneaky, like this adjacency is so sneaky. Like you can convoy in here, you can do weird stuff. Like this is really nice. I'm a fan. Um, I wonder if these two should be connected. But were you what game were you playing in? DiamondArcher and ShiftyFly. B1F. Okay. Okay, England and Mali. All right, classic Mali things. Um, like it was Mughals. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Those would be the two to stab. Um, yeah, I don't know. I just consistently mucked up the tactics here. There were so many opportunities for me to get Turanian, but I just believed Austria like just for a little bit too long. Um, ads done, yeah. Uh, yeah. So DiamondArcher. What I was saying is like there were a lot of moments in this game where I was like, damn it, why do you like in year one I was like, why did you build so many fleets to fight me? And then like I was like, oh no, like this player's just gonna come after me this whole game. And then I tried to get Austria to help me, and they were not willing to because we kind of screwed up the builds here. Um, and then I was like, okay, all I need is for like here at this point. It's like all I need is for Portugal or Spain to have Portugal or France to have builds and just to build and come for Madrid. And neither of them did it. And I was just like, no, not like this. Yeah. Oh, by the way, what happened after the West Coast fleet builds? Yeah, these are just not dealing with. Yeah, England is just leaving you alone here, right? Yeah, there was a phase where Austria just stabbed you for Naples, I think. Um, the way that Tyrrhenian is laid out, I think Spain just has a hard time attacking Austria if they have these dots. Like, you have one C zone, you have like no, you have no way to really press in. We are entirely separate. Sorry, I think I said too many things and I don't know what you're referring to anymore. Um, where were we separate? think I think that's good for this year. I think we talked about. Wait, maybe I'm getting confused about the phases again. We talked about this. I definitely don't think we've talked about everything on this map. Um, Congo is getting this, but Congo is getting toasted elsewhere, right? Yeah, same. Yeah, I just looked occasionally over there. I was like, I don't know, man. I got no idea. Uh, yeah, Ireland and Portugal working together. Yeah, here we talk. Oh, we did talk about this, and we talked about all this stuff. Yeah, we have talked about this phase. Have we looked at the Americas for this phase? No, this looks unfamiliar. Right? We just talked about getting into endoscopy here. They keep it. No, Spain puts everything back on it, and they retreat to Kujuk. Oh, sorry, France puts everything back on it. This is fine. Yeah. Okay, so maybe letting endoscopy in was fine. I think I was just wrong about my read earlier. Um, if they talk occasionally about Americas, but mostly are only real cooperators, who to fight and what builds we needed. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's basically where Artyma and I were at too. It's just kind of complicated, and occasionally I'd be like, what side would you take on this guess? Like, and he would be like, I don't know, should I trust X or should I let Ajuran have Y? I don't know, minor things, and then builds, yeah, for sure. Um, but it was nice having someone to talk to this whole time. What was the VC like? It was chill. Um, I don't know. We just kind of talked tactics, had a fun time. It was really fun. I like. If you haven't done it, I would recommend trying duo in one of these games. Um, it feels much less lonely than sitting alone for 9 hours playing diplomacy. I mean, you're talking to people the whole time, but it's nice to have someone to like actually talk to, if you know what I mean. Um, yeah, yeah, it was solid. Yeah. Um, and then like, we were kind of panicking over tactics and like things were just kind of there were too many units in the early game. And then later on, when we kind of got collapsed to a one-player size, we had a lot of fun just kind of reading tactics puzzles exactly, uh, and then like inputting wrong orders against Austria. Like, okay, we'll get to there. We'll get to there. Um, yeah, rip in pieces, Athabasca. Yeah, these two units are just never doing anything. Like, I maybe this is just the wrong O1. Like, maybe you just can't do this in O1 because Inuit always has a build, right? And you just don't have Inuit always has builds, and you don't have pressure. Like, you don't have enough provinces to go through to like get over here, right? So how do you ever take this stuff? I think unless you have fleets down here, you just never do it. Um, there was very little thinking I did most of year 1 to 3. Yeah, you put duo but nothing else, no preferences, no partner, no idea how you got into the game. Hey, you're in, so that's what matters. I don't know how they decide who gets in and who doesn't. I feel like that's a KOP question. Playlist of music evening. You saying, yeah, that's a solid move. I think if I end up doing this solo again, that's a good try. I'll try that next time. I was so busy with talking, you just kind of had to gun for your theories. Yeah, there's just not a lot of time to pivot and suss out players' intentions in Blitz. I think that's another thing that I've been saying repeatedly, phase after phase, is like this is a phase where I should have turned around, but I didn't get enough time to talk to X person to do it. You know, um, and that was just the downfall. Yeah, so it's interesting to see how like play in this kind of game is just different from standard diplomacy. Shouting to your void helped, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I basically didn't void at all because I was talking to Artyma, right? Like I have someone to bounce my thoughts off of instead of just typing them out in text. But when I was playing solo, like when I was playing Ming, I was much more active in my Void. I think my Void in this Ottomans game is limited to like at sports balls, like shit, I screwed up my tactics. Or like at sports balls, like, oh, XYZ happened, like look at this stab, or would you trust Y? A lot of Spain theory in the med is anti-auto, so you got the short end. Yeah, I mean, okay, so this is another thing that we talked about. Archer is like, your press with me was like, the first thing I said after I saw your press with me, like your first message to me was like, oh, I have to Death Force Spain. I have no choice. I have to Death Force Spain. Ottoman Spain. Yeah, I saw this message and I was like, oh, like Artyma, we're fighting Spain this game. But I think I really screwed up the moves. Like, I should not have gone to Gulf of Gabes in spring. I should always have threatened the bouncer Sardinia. And when I intentionally didn't respond to you about Naples, I should have just not tapped Naples. Right? I feel like tapping Naples is the safe thing to do for you. So I shouldn't have done that. I don't know. With these like 50-50s, it's kind of hard to, I don't know, be too critical about getting it wrong, but yeah, that was bad. I I don't know if I agree about like Spain theory being anti-auto in the mid for Blitz specifically. Like I think in the full game, you never want to lose you never want to lose the men to the Ottomans. But you don't really care. Like I think most of the dots you get out of the med come much later. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I should have realized that. I just wasn't thinking about it, and I was too busy like trying to do press and just chaos. Um, but yeah, I was. It was pretty clear that we were just going to be fighting each other the whole game just from the beginning, which was rough. Um, yeah, but I think in Blitz, like a lot of conventional theory about like how these openings should go is just wrong. Like you did fight me and you did push me back, but like you got three dots, right? You got Tunis, Sicily, Tripoli for seven fleets, and like I don't know if that was the right investment, you know. Um, like I think if you break into Ionian Sea, you just win, right? And you can get like Cairo, Salonika, Smyrna, like it's just you just run over everything, and it's really good. Um, it's just really really good for you. But I think that like this is really slow. Like this part is really slow, and we'll see like by the end of the game that like the timer just kind of runs out. Um, so yeah, I'm not sure. I think there was a previous maybe I should put my foot in my mouth. Like in Blitz 3, didn't Spain just run over the Ottomans in the Med? Okay, they also got three dots. It's fine. Like it's fine. After okay, um, kind of disagree with someone playing Spain in a regular game right now. You want to make sure autos are weak there all the time. It's easier to make them smaller off the bat and truce them later. But after Tunis, Sicily, it's not always the smartest to keep pushing. Okay, so you think like just take this and leave? Interesting. I mean, in a full game, I think this play is fine. Like my my reservations are about Blitz specifically and whether you have enough time to make it worth it. Oracle Stab, your defense exhaustion. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, to be clear, I don't think you need a defense. I have been shitting on myself and other players this entire time. Um, shitting on. That's the wrong language to use. Um, I had been criticizing my own play, and I've been criticizing the play of a lot of other players. And I think in all cases, it's like Blitz and we're humans. Like I don't think it's reasonable to expect that everyone does the right thing all the time, and I don't think it's reasonable to like put it on a person, right, when they don't do something that's beneficial for them, right? Like, and much less do that when I'm asking for moves that would be more beneficial to me. You know, like that's just not something that you can reasonably put on someone. Um, Fleet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm very glad you're here. Like, this is exactly the kind of thing where I'm like, I'm glad. this person is here because I just wouldn't know. Blitz is kind of the same, but it disincentivize pushing the enemy even more since it's so slow. Yeah. Yeah, I think you want Tunis, right? Like, you want Tunis. Because Tunis is just annoying forever. But yeah, you could probably just chill. I don't know, there's just not a natural stopping point here. So I was also talking with Flair about like whether there needs to be like an extra non-SC province somewhere around here. Um, because like long term, I think Ottomans is always cooked, right? But maybe that's fine. Like I don't know, long term Ottomans is cooked. I say as I build a Sarajevo, right? Like I don't know. It's hard to make these judgments based on one game where you didn't play well. All right, Shifty. Thanks for being by when you're by. No worries. It's been super exciting to have you here and to talk about what's going on here and like all of this your side of the tactics here. Yeah, honestly, I think you and Spain are the two players I would be most excited to talk to, and I'm glad you're both here. Honestly, you're not too sure. Do you think that you should push here even in Blitz? Like my pitch to Austria was the same thing, right? Like I think Austrian Ottomans like this kind of dynamic where it's different in Blitz is even more pronounced. Like look at this. Like this number doesn't exist in Blitz. Yeah, a small two could be super beneficial because it feels like wins way more. Yeah, I agree. Um, like I think Austria Ottomans can work a lot better in Blitz than it does in full length games because in full length games Austria has this problem where they have this number that they need to get to, and they know that they need to get this number from the beginning of a game, right? And you can just count the SCs in Europe, right? You can just count these SCs, and there's no way you're getting to 32 without like some med presence. Um, and if you're getting med presence, like the only time to do it is at the beginning, right? You just need the Ottomans dead. But in Blitz, like this number is fake. Like you could end on 20, and it would be a great game for Austria. So like maybe Austrian Ottomans don't have to fight in Blitz, right? Like all of these VSCC numbers are just fake. Um, Spain does win more, but Spain overcommits way too often. Yeah, it might also be a meta thing. It might also be a meta thing where people are like, okay, you're Spain, you have to win the med, and you push really hard, and then you like get stabbed by people and other problems. I think another meta read that I think people have had wrong for a long time is this UT Spain relationship. Like I really like what these players did year one. You can DMZ or bounce. I don't mind either. But yeah, I don't know. People really like the attack that Ute has against Spain. Like you can pull Nueva off of Spain really early, but I feel like Spain shouldn't be doing or Ute shouldn't be doing that because like you want your like four builds or whatever. You're just like, hey, let's just peace. I'll bounce Sonora. Just give me Aquila. It's good. And you have all these neutrals in year two to deal with. Like, and if you're fighting Spain here, you're just not getting these neutrals. So I think there was a meta where Ute was really weak for a while, where Ute would just attack Spain because you'd be like, yeah, I have this really good attack against Spain, and they would just overcommit super hard. Um, and now I think my opinion has changed. I don't think Ute should be doing that, and now I think Ute is actually a relatively strong nation. Spain might be okay. Like I don't know. I'm just ranting about things that are only somewhat related, to be honest. Um, but yeah, like here in Spain, maybe the meta is like you have to push Ottomans. Ottomans are your enemy. Kill Ottomans. Like it's not just possible. But like, look how many spaces these are away from your home centers. Like A2H has basically what those two should do. Blah, blah, blah. A2H has basically what those two should do with each other. You'd had close to a win, and Spain did win. Yeah, I think you and Spain can just coexist long term. Um, I'm not going to make any comparisons to what's going on with Spain and Ottomans because that's like a totally different situation. But that's just where my brain went to, and I'm like, meta overcommit that I don't think is good. Um, but yeah, I think long game, this is nice. If you can get full med control, you're really happy. Um, and it's just hard to punish you for making a giant line of units because no one can build. Like, no one can build anti-you because you just have fleets. Okay. I think a lot of people have talked, and I haven't responded to what people are saying about how they feel about the game. I think a small tweak would be super beneficial because it feels like Spain wins way more. Yeah, yeah. I think this med setup is a little bit wonky because Spain starts with 4, and everyone else put together starts with 4, which like, in the Mali world, like that was fine, right? Like Mali could kind of roach out if all of the colonials were against them. They wouldn't have a good game, but they could kind of roach until one of the colonials had to stab each other in a different region for another reason. And here, that's just not possible. Like, what is the coordination between all 3 of these powers against Spain? It doesn't exist. Um, right? Like, I don't think Austria ever goes for this. I mean, Austria wants to go anti Ottomans, right? But they don't really want to go pro France and like let France and Ottomans walk over them, and that's a lose condition for them too. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I feel like something should be done here. I This area's been stable enough for long enough that I feel more confident saying that I don't like this than I feel about other changes that are more recent. But yeah, it's something we're thinking about. Like really, I think what I want is for Spain and Austria to have more interaction with each other. Um, in Blitz, I don't know. The main problem I was running into was issues with trying to move out until it was too late. Yeah. This was another thing we were talking about earlier, Archer. It's like I was trying to peace out with Austria, and I had the same issue. I was like, Austria was like, "Yeah, I'll peace out with you," and I'm like, "Okay, you have like 3 units here to go anti-France. There's like 2 years left in the game. You could just walk to France in that time and not do anything. So like, I guess let's just gunboat. Like, there's just nothing to do. It's like when you know that the game ends really fast, it's just really hard to pull back. I think it's disadvantageous for the Ottos that both of Spain's European neighbors are other colonials. Obviously, I don't think there's really a way to change it, but not having incentives elsewhere on the board encourages Otto-Spain conflict a bit more. Yeah, that is very much true, right? Like there's some tension like here, but Spain and France have other places to worry about. Like I don't know, the Med, I guess. There's this one dot. They both have to worry about Ute in North America. Um, they have some concern about Portugal here. Um, yeah, I think like there's not a ton. It's not like England France level, right? But it's definitely something where you don't just go stabbing them unless you feel like you have an advantage in multiple places, maybe. Uh, yeah, I don't know if there are like Ottoman colonies or anything like that that existed in this game, um, or in this time period. I think that there were some like Ottoman outposts in like the Arabian Sea, like Gujarat, Arabia, like down here. Um, I don't know if that is still true in the 1600s or if that's only true in the 1500s. But there might be a way to make Ottomans a little bit more dynamic that way. I don't know that it would be good or bad or what it would be like, but that's uh, that's one thought. I don't know. I'm just proposing that randomly. I don't actually think it's any good. Um, yeah, change the English precore and switch an Ottoman precore. Yeah, even more useless. A2H, yeah, we talked about that. Splitting Terranium would be interesting. Its borders 5 dots. Yeah, I like that. I think the problem that I was having here is that like Austria had these two, and like there was no way Spain was going to press against Austria. Like, what was I going to offer? You know, I just didn't feel like I had anything. Um, because they could put one fleet here at most, right? And if you want to put a second fleet on Austria, you have to like really piss off France by going to Ligurian. Shifty, we have just been talking about med tactics. We have Archer here, so the Spain player. So we've just been reviewing a bunch of stuff regarding my relationship with Spain, which has been like probably the most contentious relationship for me this whole game. So it's been super interesting to talk about that. Um, and then we've just gotten off track talking about meta and balance changes and stuff like that. We're 4 hours in and we're just at the break. Uh, I need to get some water. Give me a second. All right. I want to go look at post break stuff. Okay, more people just joining. That's fine. 1644 fall moves. We have talked about those in depth. Winter builds. So who is building here? England is building? I'm going to flip back and forth between these. England went +8, and Puche is +3. Out of the colonials, France is -1, Portugal is -2. Yeah, so this is the year where I was like, can anyone build and take Madrid? Can anyone build and take Madrid? And both of them are disbanding, so yeah. Um, Spain is also, yeah, flat on 27. England is the only colonial gaining ground. Yeah, yeah. Um, the Abyssinia comeback was very cool to watch, even as someone who was on the wrong side of it. We just got outguessed and outplayed over and over and over and over again. You're +1, heck yeah. So did you get your fleet down? All your home centers are covered. You burned a lot of bridges going into break. What bridges? What got burned? Did you dot? Oh, you dotted France for course, right? This is where you go against France here. Against Toku and France. Oh, okay. You did this to keep neutral. Yeah, I did this in the last Blitz game, or well, I was Ming, and I was like, "Hey, KOP, you have a unit here. Could you do this exact same thing to Tokugawa?" And yeah, this is the exact result. And Tokugawa was busy just building and kicking Spain out of Ito the next year. It was good. It was really good. Yeah, bad year for sure. Yeah, the Caribbean was really where things got nasty, and Ute stabbing you as well was very nasty. Ute +4, wow. Or well, Ute 4 builds. I think they were plus. I don't know if they were plus 15. Where are they? 11. Yeah, they don't have any force disbands. Cool. All right. Any other interesting builds inside of Mexico City? Oh, that was an accident. Okay, yeah. Okay, that was another thing that we were talking about, where it's like we thought that you were trying to trade Belize for something, and we are just kind of confused. Like, why did you build here instead of here? I don't know. Like, if we're gonna build F Saltillo, and then we're just kind of talking about it for a while. Okay, it's an accident. Great, cool, good to know. Um, yeah, two fleets inside is just it's very option limiting. But you ended up doing okay with it with this like English misorder. You got Belize out of it. It's pretty solid. Um, what else got built? Armies here. This feels anti-France at this point, right? Yeah, yeah. This, yeah. Rip Athabasca. Whoa, disbanding these over these. Okay, this is like the Janissary move. Like, hey, England, please save me. I am just gonna roach France out. Or this is the I don't think I'm gonna survive, so I'm just gonna be extremely annoying to France. Yeah, so the fuck relations with English, we have to have League of Men. Yeah, 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 for sure. Yeah, I don't think England likes that at all if it's not arranged. There's just no world. Oh, god damn it. Doxing phone numbers. Sorry. Um, Thanks, macOS. Yeah, more fleets. This is all fine. Oh, Spain did snipe the dot off of Aymara here. All right. Any other builds? Fleet Cormonton, probably because of this unit. Poland is gaming. Poland had a build. Oh my god, what a champ, dude. Jacob Fort fleet. 1645. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I feel like that's a good try, but I don't know that you ever go for that, you know? Exactly. You're after revenge. Base Firebender moment. Exactly. Yeah, I think this is around the time where I'm like, hey Firebender, like heck yeah. I think we're just like the press between me and Firebender is just us like, you know, messing around and just having fun. Yeah, it's Africa time, exactly. Well, all their build centers are full here. There's nothing they could do. Um, Russia, okay, so here's where Safavitz tells us, I am stabbing you. One bye-bye ad time. Oh no. Sorry, we are... Oh, to talk about stab stuff until y'all are back. And then we'll talk about like other builds, I guess, in the meantime, because I don't think that they're going to be that interesting. Fleet Nanjing, yeah. Oh, Ming and Togo are working together, so I don't know what Fleet Nanjing is about. It might be anti-Macau. I don't know. Like, this has been really stalled for a while. Or maybe that's just my perception of it, because I've been slow to talk through this whole thing. 2 builds in India. Yeah, Portugal's just hosed in India. It actually might kind of work out because Mughals' fleet's here. This might just work out for them long term. But fleet, like the 2 builds here is definitely anti-Mughal at this point. They have 3 on Raja Mahendri. They can tap this, support in. So Raja Mahendri's guaranteed in spring. And yeah, this is really losing for England here. Probably needs to go. No worries. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, so I appreciate you being here this whole time, and I'll catch you later. The only threat to you after this year's Saffron. Yeah, we're not a threat to you anymore. Yeah. Okay, so we're talking about the Saf stab. So after this phase, Saf is like, yeah, I had to disband this because I screwed up. It's like, oh, you had to disband it. Yeah. Oh, sure. But they disband it and rebuild here, and then they stab us. Like these are too many units, and yeah, we're just not like I think the attack on Russia is just not as good as it used to be. It's like paired attack between Ottomans and Safavids. There's just too much to fight over down this line, and there's not a good way for Safavids to get reinforcements or anyone to get reinforcements here without putting up a bunch of units against the border. See you around. Yeah, it was fun playing with you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm reevaluating my opinion on this alliance. I don't think this works long term against Russia. Um, yeah, it's rough. Okay, so yeah, this is where Saf's just like, I'm gonna stab you, and then Russia comes to us is like, I'm gonna give up on fighting you. I can't fight you. I'm gonna disband Poltava. Let's move stuff away. And I'm like, thank God. I will accept this. I need to put units against Austria. I need to hold Austria off. Oh God. Otherwise I'm gonna die. We just need to trust, and we'll make it work. And that's kind of what we end up doing for the rest of the game. Just has a lot of long-term enemies. Yeah. Yeah, Spain, Austria, Safavids don't like you. Abyssinia doesn't like you. There are a lot of people who need you dead, or whose victory is incompatible with your victory. Right? It's just the nature of being a regional with a really high VSCC. I mean, okay, VSCC again doesn't matter, but like this is true in the full game, but less true in Blitz. Like Colonials, it's fine, right? I don't have to worry about a giant colonial next to me because most of our giantness is somewhere else, right? I can be Portugal and just message Aymar and be like, yeah, I'm fine with like 10 centers at the end of the game here. I don't need to expand. And you have like plausible deniability with everyone. And Ottomans just doesn't get that, right? Like Ottomans can't just be like, yeah, let's just be chill, I'll expand elsewhere. Um, and this is the result. Like you have a lot of people just attacking in. Um, yeah. So South is just going to fight us, and we're just allied with Russia for the rest of this game. Let's look at the next map. I want to start speeding things up because, god damn it, it's been 4 hours. All right, 1645. So this is after the break. We've had an hour to just sit and think. Russia sends me a pre-typed message saying, let's peace out. And we negotiate the particulars, and the particulars are they will trade Kharkov for Bakhchisarai, and we will demilitarize this area. So yeah, I do this. I give up Split because I know it's gone, and I put myself on the front and try to take Pressburg this year. 4 glorious hours. Crypto, have you been here the whole time? As someone who doesn't play a lot of diplomacy, or any diplomacy really, I am so surprised, happy, multiple things, emotions that you are still here. Yeah, so we agree to this trade, and it's fine. And yeah, Sapphids is just going to gain dots off us. There's nothing really we can do about it. This is what we were intending to do with the Levant unit, by the way. But yeah, we could have done it in retreats if it was happening. Napping mostly. Fair. Yeah, the give up Sanaa moveset. Again, like, we just got outguessed. We could have just sat here in Sanaa. Like, they were not supporting themselves into it. They were worried about Safavid. But yeah, at this point, we're just very much in our own head about being attacked here, and so we're just not entering ideal moves. Oh, thank you for following. Yeah, we had a fun conversation with Flair at this point over this move to what is it called? Timbuktu? Let's find it. England. I think this is like the only press we have this game. Yeah, how are you feeling about West Africa? And then like, sorry about Lamau. They offer support to supporting me there. So we offer support, and then they just walk in the back, and then they support England into Agadez. And then players like Lamau. This is our whole press for the whole game. Yeah, as soon as Blitz ended, I napped for 3 hours. Yeah. I ended up going outside, and then I went for a run, and then I also just fell asleep for the day. It was a lot. And then they're just like memeing about the draw vote. Yeah, but this is the end of West Africa for us, and England is again stabbing people for position. And yeah, another one where Poland is looking pretty good. No one's after Poland. Coring on the front line, love it. Yeah, we're gonna lose Gondar this year. We're losing Sanaa this year. Yeah, just a lot of stuff is just lost. It's kind of rough. And this is also just painful. Like, this is so painful for us to see. Like, zero pressure on Abyssinia from the Ajuran position. Everything chill here. I feel like this has just been not super exciting as a place to be. I feel like Portugal has just kind of rolled. What else is going on? Yeah, I mean, the stab is just going as intended. You fell asleep at 3 a.m., woke up at 5:30 a.m., started at 7 a.m., continued for like 9 hours. Oh my god. You fell asleep at 3 a.m. the morning of Blitz? That's horrid. That's absolutely horrid. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I woke up to an alarm at 4:30 a.m., but the way my brain is, I just, if I have an alarm set, my body will be like, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. And I'll just wake up every hour or so, like before I actually have to wake up. So, I set an alarm for 4:30 in the morning. So, my body was like, hey, it's 1:30 a.m. Do you think you should be waking up yet? Hey, it's 2:30 a.m. Do you think you should be waking up yet? Hey, it's 3:30 a.m. Like, ugh, could you stop? Like, why do I need to wake up? Why can't I just use the alarm like a normal person? Um, yeah, I think most people have the opposite problem where they just really struggle to, wake up on time or really sleep through multiple alarms. I have the opposite problem. Like, if I set an alarm, I'm screwed. Okay, everyone's friends, everyone's friends. The regional triple. Um, Hyderabad and Roger Mahendry in. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Playing Blitz 3 and Blitz 4, Blitz 3 pulled an all-nighter the night before. Oh my god. What time did the game start for you, Char? Are you in some god-awful time zone? Um, I mean, not a god-awful time zone as you know, a place to live or whatever, just a god-awful time zone in terms of really inconvenient for this game. Um, so Mapuche and Dutch are just chilling here? No, this is a stab and a half, yeah. There's nothing to do. Yeah, I mean, killing Portugal just screwed Mapuche here. There was just nothing to do. One fleet versus four. I guess they could have used SPO fleets to do things, but they probably were busy elsewhere. I guess we'll look. Um, what? Oh, we're going to SAO. Huh. Anti Dutch? Anti Portugal? Point and left the East Coaster, exactly, yeah. Yeah, I'm a West Coaster. It was 5 a.m. for me. Pre-typing messages the night before. Yeah, I didn't. I don't personally. I don't like to pre-type messages, but it would have been so nice to have pre-type messages. I just kind of had like really really rough game plan ideas. That's all I had. Um, yeah, this forever thing over Caracas. Oh, they got Caracas, I guess. So good for Spain. Yeah, England has killed Dutch in this area and is now, yeah, it's just over for France now in this area. The Med consolidation is happening. Okay, forcing Mexico City. Oh, Spain support. England support held Spain here against you. So England was like, "Hey, I'll help you against you," and you was like, "Hey, I'm not gonna bother with you any like fighting you anymore. We're good." Um, cool. This is really good for Spain. Honestly, Gulf of Mexico, whole Honduras, like this retreat's fine too. Like I'm not super concerned about it. I guess you have some guesses over Panama and Cartagena. Already time press with the pre-types couldn't have done otherwise. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, try to drag the kid here. Yeah, I mean France going against you here is so unhelpful. Like, oh, I guess no. Firebender does get into Caracas again, right? Because of his France tap. Like, oh man, yeah. I think this is just a good English press moment. Um, yeah, pushing against France. This is what we're seeing in the builds. England is working with them against France. I think Inuit's just pissed off with France at this point. They've been fighting the whole game. Yeah, now it's time for Inuit to come in and make progress. Yeah, Utah's looking really good. Which term was this in Europe? Let's find out. Um, yeah, we should have looked at the Europe stuff. We looked at the stab, we traded Kharkov, and then I didn't look at Europe at all proper. This is the turn where I give up Gulf of Gaves. I'm like, it's just dead. It's over. There's nothing to do. Um, and I enter tactics to force Slavonia all full Transylvania so I can get Pressburg in fall. So that was my plan to stay even against Austria, and I just give up Gulf of Games. And I think we're going to give up Sicily again in the fall. We entered the wrong order, though. We screwed up in fall. Um, yeah, here's where we finally see France going into Barcelona. I was like, oh my god, I was so glad to see this, Archer. Yeah, you picked both my fleets. Yeah, it was really bad. Yeah, after this, there was just nothing I could really do. This order set was just not the order set. It was not the order set one bit. Um, I don't understand the point of going to like. I should never enter this go to Naples order here if I am planning to support myself into this because this never goes through, right? So this is always like screwed, right? So this should be going to Levantine. This should always be going to Levantine, and then we try to like get a Cairo angle so we can force back Tripoli, and that's the line that we try to defend, like Ionian, Levantine, Tripoli. Um, yeah, it was just not good play, bad tactics from me. But yeah, I was very glad to see this. Um, I was kind of surprised given the Austria and France position, but yeah. What else is going on? Ghent. Okay, I feel like this has been dipsy doodling constantly. The only constant has been Sweden progress. Sweden and North. Yeah, Sweden can just fight everyone. I think they're working with the Dutch this game, and that's it right now. Or this phase. Both Baguette and I were really frustrated at France. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm curious what the press was. There must have been something between France and Austria here, right? Like, let's go chill. And they immediately stabbed or whatever, but still. Super annoying giving the English domination. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that, like England is definitely running over France here, right? And England is fighting France here, so if you and France want to work together to survive in the Caribbean, then fighting Austria makes more sense. I was personally glad to see this. I wanted someone to build armies and go here because this was so exposed, but yeah. I think the problem is like, how do you take Dijon? You can't really take Dijon because there's just always nasty forward retreats. I think you self bounce Aquitaine. Like, how do you not the Guarani to Marseille, Marseille to Aquitaine, Strasbourg to Dijon, and then Paris support? I think is the move set, and you trade Dijon for Strasbourg, and you say like, hey, I have three on Strasbourg in the fall, and you can try to hold that line. I guess I don't know. You stopped buying mustard. That's how to beat Dijon. Yeah. You weren't working the Dutch. You were only working with Austria, Russia here. You dotted the Dutch twice in the next 2 turns. Okay. Okay, so this is just you get to go full gunboat here. Um, hey, thanks for the Prime subscription, Pieyoko. Am I pronouncing your name right? Pieyoko? Um, I'm reading it as like pie and then like Yoko, like Beatles. Okay. Yeah, thanks for helping, run the game. Uh I had a lot of fun playing, so yeah, I just hope you had enough fun to keep wanting to do this because I'm just glad that this was a thing that we got to have happen. Um we're 4 hours in and we are just after the break. We're looking at the first phase after the break, and I really need to speed up. um yeah, but that's maybe the line to take. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure the press here is very interesting. All right, I'm glad that someone has looked through all the press and voids. So I'll be counting on you to to give me some insight into what the heck's going on when I'm like, what the heck is going on? We talked about Austria or Africa. Yeah, we talked about India. We talked about this. Have we talked about this? I don't think we've seen this part of the world yet. Um, Support's not taken and Inuit cleanup. Yeah, this was always the fate. Um, I just don't think Nivix is the movier one for Inuit. I just think it's just not it. Um, Qing and Ming working together again. I'm so confused about what's happening here. Why is Tokugawa just giving Qing the dot? Are we Asian triple? Right, because these two are working together. These two are working together. Is this a stab or not? I have no idea. I mean, also, like, these are not friendly fleets, right? Not leaving East China Sea is kind of sus. But I guess you don't. Oh, you wanted force disband. This is the force disband moveset. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. Asian triple, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's interesting to see this happen this late in the game, and I'm surprised like we don't see like, hey, do you want Shengjing like from either of these players? But the fact that they made it work is pretty cool. Like, I think there definitely was a lot to collaborate on between these two with Chukchas, with the Inuit moves, and these two had the Dutch to work with, to work against. Right, they had common enemies, and Qing and Ming had Russia to deal with. So it actually just worked out really nicely. Yeah, interesting. I actually like this. I like this. Ming also refused to attack Ayu. Yeah, I think Ming was just working with Ayu all game basically. I don't know. Like, where's Ming going? Is Ming just chilling at this point, or is Ming attacking Qing? Like, where's Ming's expansion? This is what I am not sure about. Are they just like piecing out with everyone, taking the two dots off of Portugal and going for Mughals? That might be an angle. Okay, yeah, Spain is no longer helping Dutch. You would stop stab, that was a lie. Yeah, here we go. Here's the stop stab, that was a lie. We talked about this part already. We talked about Europe. North Americas, like the Americas, I think. We talked about, yeah, we talked about Athabasca getting cooked. I think we've seen everything. Just, yeah, Mapuche doing corner power things. Okay, next phase. I want to make faster progress. 1645 fall. Ming chilling, yeah, for sure. All right, what's happening this phase? So this is me taking back Pressburg. Austria has a guess. They cannot, well, it's not even a guess. They cannot both defend Split and take Pressburg. So yeah, I just I do the moveset that forces one of these. But again, I have regrets. Like, Otranto should always be supporting Sicily out. Like, I need to make sure that this isn't a pop. It's just so bad that it's a pop. Um, yeah, just um, supporting it out is the only way it's not a pop. And yeah, I don't know. Like, was there any way? Like, if you had intended to pop this fleet, I think it's guaranteed. If you take this support, we just bounce and then pop, right? Or if Austria entered the right support here, there was just nothing to do. So I think the mistake was just earlier than this in this area. Like, this was the wrong. Well, this was definitely the wrong moveset. We've talked about this, right? Um, yeah, that's another thing too. Like, I think if you had like one more neutral SC or something like that here, or neutral non-SC here, there would be somewhere to retreat to at least. Because these are all tiles that people want to have fleets in. Yeah. Yeah, it was just good tactics on your part, and you have, well, you have increasingly more fleets than me, so yeah, it's just well played by you. I mean, like, this is happening, which is unfortunate, right in the background, but this part is going well for you, and with the investment you've put into it, it makes sense. Um, Anything else? Okay. Tapping, forcing, what? Okay, this is a blitz movement. Marseille to Dijon with the fleet. Sure. Uh, you can't really sail up rivers in this game. Oh, and the France stab in Plymouth. That's fun. Yeah, okay, here's where you take the dot off the Dutch. Big brain France moment, exactly, yeah. France is doing well there. Um, yeah, just there's nothing to do. There's just nothing to do for Firebender in Poland. It's just over. Um, this was I remember being so confused when Russia entered this set. I was like, dude, what? I was trying to get him to go to Ruthenia because I wanted him to push some pressure on the Austrian player here. At this point, like we are sticking to our agreements. We're just trying to stop Safids from rolling both of us. We keep Trebizond this turn, but I think Tbilisi is popped. It's just really brutal. It's really freaking brutal. Yeah, nothing makes it in because we don't get into Tripoli. Yeah, this moveset is very questionable. Um, this was definitely one where I was panicking until the last second about what to do here. And I don't know. This is like a skill I should develop. Is like, hey, you have some units, just make a decent decision just immediately. And, don't worry too much. Just make a decision and then you can look at it later. Just don't stall. But yeah, Blitz things. Yeah, Gondar is gone. We're just memeing. This is the one dot Audron will get for fighting us all game. The one dot. Oh no, we do make it into Trebizond because this tap of Baghdad. Yeah, this is really good. Yeah, we were talking about that when it happened. That was a huge brain move. It really was like it was brutal for us. Because you got it to Tunis too. It was just yeah, Jello is so hard to deal with. There were just a lot of options, and defense is just impossible without a lot of good guessing. And yeah, not only did we not have really good guessing, we had really bad guessing. So yeah, it was really interesting to see how that played out, and kind of depressing. uh, yeah, so that's Russia. I don't know. Oh, we were forcing England out here. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. We had some bad guesses. Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of bad guesses and bad tactics. Like, I think with better play, this isn't piffed. This isn't piffed. But you know, I just didn't see it. So punished. You know, for bad play. All right. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Clean up. Not interesting. Um, Ming refusing to fighting anyone. Is Ming doing anything hostile? Just only anti-Russia. They're getting a Curie. Okay, so this is what they're promised. Um, Pointless support hold. Have you actually pieced out with the Dutch at this point? This feels like a piece out with the Dutch moment. And Mapuche is trying to keep they keep work this year. Yeah, I mean it's showing somewhere they have limit holding ice can go for sure, for sure, for sure. All right, North America quickly. Yeah, mopping up Athabasca. This is normal stuff. Athabasca spiting France with these units. Yeah, this is absolutely a spite France move. Um, and that's a fair way to go out. Just why did you bounce me in Crete? Stop screwing with me. You know. Here's one last one for the road. Okay, France did tap this to hold. Yeah. Seneca's gone. Okay, so England's making slow progress. England and Ute are working together. Well, you and Spain are at peace, and England and Spain are definitely not at peace, right? So, yep, San Domingo gone, forced, as expected. Fully expecting Barbados to be gone next season. Kaboom. I don't know that reference, so I'm sorry. I won't be I'm not in on the cultural bit there. Um yeah, I guess you're still fighting Aymara here? It's kind of hard to fight Aymara and Dutch. All right. Oh, they lose Chiripa. So I think this is the first serious loss of any kind for the Mapuche player. They don't get Warpa back. Yeah, okay, so Aymara is no longer allied with Mapuche, which feels correct. It's Aymara Portugal versus Mapuche. It's everyone versus Mapuche, actually. Mapuche can just gunboat. We're not happy with you this game. What do they want you to do? Okay, up to the next phase, and we'll just get maps ready. So now we're at the beginning of 1646. This is the second to last year of the game. Hey, Salt. We're back. Who was such happy with? Yeah, right. They were fighting. I mean, they were fighting France with Austria for a bit. So maybe Austria. Maybe Austria. Sorry for killing your partner on game. Yeah. This is just so good for England at this point. Like, oh god. Let's look at what's happening to me. Yeah, this is just the move for the rest of the game. We're just moving out. I'm just south bouncing Ochakiv so that Kiev can't sneak in. And Russia is fighting the good fight against the Safavids, and there's just nothing to do. We give up Trebizond because there's nothing to do about that either, and we're going to retreat to Anatolia, I want to say, or we might retreat to Levant. But we're just going to defend this line. Austria even went after Dutch at some point. Yeah, possible. Austria can just gunboat. Accident inside of Mexico City. Ooh, yes. Okay. Hearing both sides of this discussion. I think this was here. This build. Yeah. Yup. Speaking of builds that convinced people that we were stabbing Ragrats. Yeah, exactly. No way to peace with those extra fleets. Yeah. These can't do anything. Like, for these fleets to go anywhere except England, it takes so long. But like this combination with Wave St. Augustine, like this makes me feel like it's a mistake from Spain, right? Like, why the heck are we waving St. Augustine? Yeah, we've like tried. I think we just didn't talk enough during this build phase, and Austria didn't like A Sarajevo, and I didn't like F Trieste. But I think like I don't know. I think that there was some angle to make this work where we can do anything. We just said like, hey Austria, just go for France. France is free. Um, just go our separate ways. Because in Blitz, Austria doesn't have to care about VSCC. Like in full length, Austria always just has to go for Ottomans because VSCC. But like ending on 20 is fine, so Austria can just do all this stuff, not worry about Ottomans if they don't want to. But anyway, that's not the phase we're on. Um, so yeah, I get into split here, and I trade split for Pressburg. So this is going to be kind of a theme. We're just trading these dots over and over again. Austria just is like kind of threatening me at this point, and I'm just like, all right, we're just gunboating. It's fine. It's the second to last year of the game. Like your promise to move these units west means nothing. Like they will never get to France. Like just let's just fight. It's fine. um, yeah, Ionian is gone. We just give up. Um, but we do get Tripoli out of it, which is really nice, and we get the fleet back here, which means that we can actually like pressure things. We're just kind of giving up on the Abbey front. What happened in Gibraltar? Oh, this build? Oh, I forgot to look at builds. 1645 builds. That did not happen during the ad break. Yeah, building Vienna. I mean, this is the only reasonable move. And building Gibraltar. Yeah. Yeah, this has to be a mistake. Like, I looked at that and I was like, oh man, like, what have I done? But yeah, it's yeah, this is rough. Especially with the fighting between you and Portugal here. I feel like Army Madrid is just really the move. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's just really unfortunate. Any other interesting builds? Yeah, Sweden +3. Tell me more. Bandar Abbas. They don't need more units to go after me, right? They're not getting more units off me before the end of the game, so no point fighting me anymore. Or well, this part of the game is kind of solved for them, right? There's nothing to do. Mughals builds. Yeah, I don't think any of this is too interesting. Build F Makassars anti-Spanish. More fleets. Yeah, like they're just never going after Abyssinia here. And I don't know. I don't know if I like this. Like what are these fleets getting? I don't know what dots these fleets are getting. I don't know what dots these fleets defend, you know? This isn't I want to sit here kind of Army Gibraltar instead of Madrid. Okay, yeah, I could see that too. That's fine. You have the right to bounce things. Um, yeah, I don't know. Both of these are fine. Uh, yeah, if you're seeing something that makes Army Gibraltar substantially better than Army Madrid, then like tell me because I'm missing it. But they look kind of samey to me. Yeah, we give up on the south here. Like I think this game consistently we're just like we have to give up on the south because the north is just much more defensible. Like we think we can hold these until the end of the game, especially with Russia being on side with us. We don't think we can hold these until the end of the game. So we're just like, this is forced anyway. Why bother? So we end up just like giving Abyssinia dots back. Sorry about Timbuktu? Oh no, it's fine. Like this is correct play. Like why are you apologizing for correct play? If you're planning to work with the Dutch, then like yes, do this. Like and considering the situation over here, I feel like I don't know, antagonizing the Dutch is not really the move. Yeah, I think it's correct. I don't feel there's nothing to apologize for. Oh, okay. You want to enter Gibraltar to Madrid to bounce. Um, okay, okay, yeah. Instead of doing it the other way around. My brain's too tired for this. It's been too long to the AAR. What else? Portland, yeah, more anti-France. France disbanding. More Ute builds. Yeah, this is the predictable result, right, of France tapping Spain and Caribbean. Um, like if these two couldn't get their act together, it was just over, and well, it was just kind of free. Um, I don't know that France really lost anything off Austria here. Like I think they were always getting Dijon back and losing Strasbourg, regardless of whether they kept the units around. So I don't know. I feel like I'd have to look more carefully to figure out what their whether they had a line to get more to have Strasbourg or something else. I don't know. Um, this part feels correct, but this part feels really, really rough for France and Spain. Just yeah, understandable. They're running for your capital. Um, okay, what else? Let's just go back to the spring phase. I want to move. Um, yeah, so we're trading Trieste and Pressburg here. Um, Sweden gunboating. Blitz moment, not getting Brandenburg. They gave up on England and Austria to commit to us. Yeah, this is the first phase that really feels bad. Supportal Dijon. Oh man, yeah, they're just really out of position. I mean, tap this. Support hold Dijon. And then get Lux back. I don't know, these units are really the problem. They're not in position to do anything useful defensively. And so Spain kind of has to, France kind of has to pick, right, what they're doing. Yeah, that's rough. Um, but yeah, this is definitely good for Austria, for sure. And Southbound Paris with Aquitaine. But they still lose Dijon, right? Like, I guess what I was looking at was like, what's the line where they keep Dijon? Um, but yeah, I think the fleet at Gibraltar might have been what did it, because now there's no bounce in Madrid, right? They just go guaranteed Madrid here. Maybe they should have just sent one army down and just sold in Madrid. That was another option. But then they have to worry about keeping Barcelona. So it's kind of like plus half a dot to go this way. I don't know if it's more than minus half a dot to go this way. And move in from Strasbourg. Um, Self bounce Paris with Aquitaine. Oh, you're just saying tap this. Bounce here. They tap Strasbourg. Yeah, yeah, you're right, right. Yeah, yeah, that's better. Yeah, that is better. All right. More stuff. We ask Portugal to tap Chamba here so that we can get Tripoli back. That's guaranteed. So I feel like this moveset's actually fine. I mean, we lose Ionian and we're beyond cooked, but this is a turn I feel like we're actually consolidating and we're gonna stem the losses. Like Najd and Mecca and Aksum are gonna be gone by the end of the game, and so is Trebizond, maybe Cairo. But everything up here feels holdable. Support Aquitaine to Paris. Yeah, it's an option for anti-Austria. It's definitely good. This is very much a spite Spain move. Like I think this was also like a they had a choice and they just were like I'd screw Spain, and then over here they had a choice and they were like screw Spain. So it's rough. It's really rough for sure. Um, Poland finally loses Caracas. Oh man, Firebender. Um, yeah, it's like finally Mapuche in the back foot here, right? Like coring. Oh my god, why? Why are you coring? Um, what's happening here too? I think this is some strange blitz consideration. Why are they not taking Tuima? Confusion, confusion. Like Spain doesn't need to fight Mapuche. Spain doesn't need Aymara for anything, right? Spain doesn't need to. That's funny. You died a course. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, they were super mad about course. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. And yeah, you can see now Guarani is like dead here, but they're escaping into St. Helena. um, okay, but yeah, this is done, and then Firebender is losing Molly here. I was really rooting for Firebender in this area. What else is happening? Ute is just getting free moves? Question mark. Pouring in Guffle of Shack. I love that. I love that for Ute. Um, I think this is a we're chill for the rest of the game situation, honestly. All right. And you deciding with France against England. And now working against Spain. Okay, so they're going to go for Saltillo this year. And they're getting Chitimacha. Yeah, they're getting basically everything they can off Spain, and then they're going to be fighting England. Okay, that was that. That was this. Asia. Um, okay, I think this is trying to keep Karakorum guaranteed and stop two meds from getting in. I think it's the same thing as this go here and then the support hold question mark. But if yeah, I guess you'd rather have the unit here than here. It's better. Briatia Yenisei is brutal. Wait, Inuits just get this back guaranteed now? Oh, oh god. They had like one useful move, and yeah, this was just not the set for Tokugawa here. That was unfortunate. Oh, and they assembled it. Okay, they're memeing. They're memeing. They assembled the Death Star. All five fleets go into NPO. I didn't see this during the game. It's hilarious. Asian triple. Everyone's chilling. Finally, Macau is popped. Hainan's gonna be next. Ah, and Ming stabs. Ming stabs. Okay, so they're going for Ayutthaya now. Yeah, solid. Very solid play. Cool. Yeah. I mean, this is good. I like this for Ming. Okay, Dutch is cleaning up Mapuche down here. Halmahera not getting balanced is brutal. Because now they have Manada's just forced. Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough times. They said it to us. They said they were mad at you over course. I think that's it for this phase. Let's look at fall. Yeah, you get to go up to the Dutch finally. Yeah, for sure. Oh, and you get both. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, wait. Ayutthaya Convoy to Mindoro? How did I miss that? Oh my god, I love Ayutthaya. I love everything about this player. It's really unfortunate it happened the moment that Ming stabbed. Like, it's not actually good. But I love the player so much for doing this. Manila is such a good SC. I mean, I don't know. You really want to core it, but so it's not as interesting in Blitz, but I'm such a fan. I'm such a fan. Oh, because funny, the Togo Death Star, gotcha. But did they Death Star anything? They supported the Philippine. Okay, they're going against you in the Philippines here. That feels like the natural extension of the Asian triple. Um, a lot of maneuvering. Okay, Mughals is on side with Portugal again, and they're going against England. That makes sense. Yeah, well played from Safavids. They're getting this. They're getting Al Hajara. Yeah, we convoy this unit up because we see that this is freaking dead. Like we like saw this position. We're like, oh, you can only force it if you put all your units on it, and we're just like, okay, we're gonna guess they're gonna put all their units on it, and then we just left. So here's where I screwed up my tactics. This is like an embarrassing screw up. Trieste is guaranteed. Trieste is guaranteed. We have to tap with Adriatic Sea. and then backfill with Split, and we could have had Trieste and Split. And we messed it up. And Trieste and Split would be great, because once you're in Trieste, like, where's Austria's line? It's really, really hard. You get to start like running into Austria's backline, and they have to do a lot of expensive things to hold you back. So I think this is like probably a one or two, maybe more dot mistake by the end of the game. Yeah, we're just scoring here. We're just memeing. It's fine. I think we all kind of know the way this is going. We're just gunboating here in Europe. Yeah. Oh, the fact that that France's set meant that they were losing Marseille too is really brutal. They had to choose between trying to tap Nantes or keeping Marseille, and they chose to fight Portugal. Yeah, I mean France is not having a good time regardless. It's just that's the way of things. Um, yeah, more Sweden gunboat. Yeah, they chose to fight you over fighting everyone else. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah. Um, and they are plus 1.5, but -2 here. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. If I agree with the French moves here. Bad guess on Ireland too. That's rough. Okay. Um, look at this. England helping Poland back into Niani. I love that so much. And the core Indikaru. I think yeah, this is the turn where I'm like, hey, can you help me with this Polish unit? Can you tap Silesia for me, or can you do something? And then Firebender's like, no, it's busy coring. I was like, okay. um, yeah, Coruscant, just a meme. He's like this Court Tbilisi is a meme too. Like this isn't gonna finish in time for the rest of the game to go on. And with these two units, if Safavid doesn't have any fleets there, it's just impossible to push. You just support hold, and it's over. We don't even need to do that in this game. We end up spending these units to try to defend Ajkiv against possible guesses. But yeah, that is pretty much that. Yeah, Congo dying. What the heck happened here? Mandara is definitely gone. So this support is it's totally invalid, right? And this isn't cut. So yeah, Congo just gets wrecked, right? They lose Great Ardra, which they didn't have, I guess, but they lose Fernando Po and Mandara to the Dutch. And they're getting kicked out of Banda too. There's just nothing. There's just nothing for Congo. All right. South America. Okay. Yeah, they're getting rid of Tugabel. I don't know that both of these supports was really necessary. In fact, it definitely wasn't necessary. I guess they thought they were getting tapped. That's fair. Is there anything they ever said to tap them? Oh, they wanted to protect against the Dutch tap of this. But I don't think Dutch ever taps that, right? Because they need to defend this. But I don't know what else these SPO fleets have to do, so whatever, it's fine. Um, yeah, Aymara making progress. I think everything is just a bounce except Aymara getting calm. There might be a forward retreat from the Mapuche player, which would be really annoying for Aymara. Random dotting. This bordering somehow hasn't changed. I feel like Spain and Aymara have been fighting this whole game and nothing's moved. Like, we're just looking at the beginning of a game. Like, these are the exact centers that they had at the beginning of a game. Bad 50-50. Yeah, unfortunate. Right, what else? Yes. Consolidation of the Caribbean. Yeah, Spain, yeah, England and UK are back to working together against France. When you death board, nothing ever happened. Yeah, exactly. Um, Okay, I feel like we're just playing tactics at this point. Inuit and Ute both don't like France. No one likes France. We're all killing France. England guessed this wrong. Oh, this is a crazy guess. This is a crazy guess. Wow. Okay. Um, Final year. So I think we're gonna run through this one super fast because it's the final year, and I think people are just gunboating and grabbing dots. That's arranged. Okay, cool. For anti France reasons. Yeah, yeah. France is like, I'm done with North America. Anything else? You builds that will never matter. He just doesn't have any useful cores. Um, this is actually a good. This is a really fortunate build to deal with this forward retreating unit. Hmm. Yeah, France, Congo, just yeah, rip. Yeah, they're betting on survival just by like walking into one of these random dots. Yeah, I deleted all fold because I thought it didn't matter to the tactics of who got what dots in the end game in between me and Austria. Um, yeah, armies here. I think this is the last dash from Sweden to go grab more dots. Portugal hated France and wanted to get into Porto. Um, I assume this is the problem. What did Portugal and France do to each other? Or maybe this? I don't know. Um, yeah, +5 from Safavids. I mean, they're just running over me at this point. There's nothing to do. Um, yeah, Russia just giving up on the east. 4 builds from Ming. Holy wow, this Ming. Because he got the Portuguese dots, yeah, and he took an away off Ayutthaya, and then Karakorum or something off. Yeah, Karakorum off of Russia. Yeah, yeah, this was not the tactics. Yeah, why? Safavid's getting helped by Russia after all this is just like, oh, it's so painful to me. Um, I guess they feel like they need to defend against Sweden more than they need to deal with Safavids. I don't understand Nenetia at all, but that's. Oh, this is very much I want to kick Sweden out. Yeah. This is being pro Safavid and anti Sweden. That's fine. Um, France and West Africa and South Africa. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Cool. All right. Back to builds. Yeah, this is gone anyway. Might as well defend it, or might as well disband it. I don't know. I tell you, I might just get kicked out of this area though. That might be a move that happens. And oh yeah, you're getting more dots off of Dutch here. This is such chaos. Total chaos. Let's look at the final year. Spring moves. All right. Um, Here, Artyma and I are just entering guaranteed tactics that will keep us as many dots as we can. There is like basically nothing of interest happening here. This is so that we can defend Ojiki or Salonika in the fall from straight up at Toronto. I think this is the most interesting move Anatolia back to Constantinople. Um, I implore Austria to color in Bavaria and Milan. You know, Spanish East Indies. Oh, you didn't have builds. Yeah, yeah. Long term, this is yeah. This is positive for you against the Dutch East Indies. Um, but yeah, you're also getting kind of wrecked over here. I think Ming and Toku are just still working together. They're just working together for the whole game. Yeah, even now, even in the last year when it doesn't matter at all. Safavids in Russia, yeah. So Safavids in Russia working together here, and they're still dotting. They're still dotting the Russia player over here. It's so, uh, feels bad. Um, you had two builds there all game. Yeah, that's rough. Right, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dots, and you only had two builds there. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I. So where's Spain overcommitted? Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That seems fine. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 units for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dots, 10 dots. Yeah, like maybe like there was like some Panama South Coast builds that were not super impactful, I think. So yeah, maybe the move was like just let Aymara Death War Mapuche and get some builds in East Indies. I don't know, but yeah, this Americas is really rough. Okay, what else is going on? Uh, Arrange bounces. Everyone's friends. Everyone's friends. We all hate France. We all hate France. We all hate France. Oh, Inuit and England are kind of fighting here. I don't really know. I guess they want Papina. I mean, they're not getting Papina Schwan last year. I guess they can. Oh, France taps Anticosti. Okay. But England held. England holding is a little surprising. I mean, they never get into Nazcapi if they tap it, right? So I feel like that's a miss. But also, like, you're the board top and you have 42 units. So, yeah, that's very understandable. The return of St. Augustine to the fold of the English. But Dutch are just going for a random dot. Yeah. It's just really hard to keep track of this many units. I don't envy the players near the top of the board at all. Firebender getting into Mali. What a guy. And then this is the funny situation where now only one of these two can live, right? How does it work? Yeah, because they moved away from their dot in St. Helena, so that's just guaranteed take. They can both only survive by going to Benguela. So this is really fun. This was our Artyma and I's entertainment for the last chunk of the game. Um, Again, guaranteed tactics. There's no dots to lose here anymore besides Mecca. I think we lose Cairo in the end, which is kind of rough. We went for Tigray because we were thinking that there were some guesses that we could try to make on like Hawar and Axum just to be annoying. Um, yeah. I don't know if there's too much to say about this. It's just everyone grabbing dots. And finally, the first interaction between Safavids and Mughals. They've been friends all game, and never here to try to dot Kabul maybe. Yeah, we're England and Mughals are working together again. Kind of. They're not really. This holds. This gets killed. Yeah. Balari's piffed. No, retreats to Raichur, right? Okay, so there's still some guesses in full. You're working with Ayutthaya? Spain and Ayutthaya working together? Yeah, Dutch are getting kind of wrecked here. Um, everyone's friends. Yeah, dot grabbing. Okay, not not particularly exciting. And then the final phase of the game. Might actually be done faster than last time. Last time I think we were at like 5 hours and 35 minutes. So, yeah, this is probably going to be faster. I don't think we're going to spend 30 minutes on this phase. Um, yeah, we were guaranteed losing split here, so I just entered the moves that would guarantee that we kept everything else. Core orders, lol. There was some weird press here where Austria and Russia were both telling me that I could go to Kiev and it would be free. And I didn't understand why either of them were telling me this. What was the point? And the only point I saw is that they wanted to support into Jassy, or there was some weird stuff. But like, why are they both telling me to go to Kiev? Like, if they're coordinating, they should just be coordinating on Jassy. So I just never took it. And it turns out they were telling the truth for some reason. Um, yeah, it was free Kiev. Yeah, they told me about the free Kiev. I just didn't believe them. It didn't seem like they had a reason. I didn't have a reason to believe them there. Because taking the free Kiev was risking Jassy, and this was not. I know there's some of the weird stuff we're thinking about. Like, what if Ruthenia goes here, I go to Kiev, they go here? That was the other thing that I was thinking about, and it ends up just giving Austria a dot, and presumably in exchange for support up here. That's kind of what I was looking at. That's what I was assuming what was happening. But obviously my read was wrong. I think I added the commentators like in my void. I was like waiting for people to stop giving me just wrong tactics so that I screw up. Yeah, watching other powers ask me to screw up my tactics to give them on the last turn. Like, yeah, but they were actually honest with it. Oh, they want me to self bounce. Yeah, the self bounce too is also like just not good. We would have lost. Well, this is actually in legal order. So we actually do get Russia back into Kharkov because Shopsuk doesn't actually border back to Sarai. There's a little gap here, and this doesn't connect. I was confused about that at first. I read that the wrong way too. Um, you bounced Wilno. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't free Kiev. You're right. Yeah, for sure. What else is happening? A convoy to Christiania. That's so funny. Yeah, Iceland. Everyone's dotting each other. People going to Madrid for no reason. Cores. I can't read anything. Did Firebender keep a dot? He got Timbuktu, right? He got Timbuktu. Oh, and he guessed wrong on Fulani. Brutal. Yeah, just a lot of covering. They get Barotse, lose Marabi. Hey, this is guaranteed swap. Or you could support hold here and then yeah. There's never any way Ajuran was doing better than this. This is fine. And Guarani survives. Riga S. Corland will know. Yeah. 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 Um, to Galapagos. Yeah. Yeah. Classic Galapagos meme. Um, and yeah, it got in. Cool. Good. Oh, there's actually like a decent number of Death Star support holes on that. Yeah. Anything else interesting happen here? I'm assuming this is just a mistake. I don't know why you would do this. I guess because it's forced, and you're just like, I'm just gonna meme. I don't know. None of this matters. Um, you get St. Augustine? No, you don't get St. Augustine back. I think there was a moment where you could have gotten for Detroit. but it was not to be. And England and France fighting until the very end. Okay. Anything else? Oh, here's one for like what the hell is going on here. Let's go to the channel. I assume this is a Raj Mahendri loss for the Mughals. Right, and then they're just supporting they're supporting Portugal back into England's dot. That's so funny. The Dipsy Doodle here has just been extremely entertaining all game. I'm a fan. All right, dotting people. Sumatra's gone. Yeah, but they're just getting cooked. The Dutch are just getting cooked here. Okay, and Ming. They get Mughals into Ava. Bad guess on... Yeah, this was guaranteed. There was nothing to do. Yeah, and the Asian triple just sticks together to the end. Cool. Russia's just trying. He's asking anything out of Qing, and Qing is just like Asian triple. It's over. Okay, and just troll orders here. Yeah, this is actually kind of interesting. They could have got one dot off the other or something, but I think this is the kind of situation where the two players are just like, we're friends forever. Your 5 supports, yeah. Maybe overkill. Oh, and Broadwood finally goes to the English. No, it doesn't. The support gets tapped. They guess wrong. This just stayed this way the whole game. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, that's the game. We can look at the final map, I guess. Is this the final map? Oh, the VSCC is all wrong and the dates are wrong. But yeah, this is very visually appealing, the Siberian Tundra. I'm a fan. Yeah, I wish it showed the actual scores. But England is the board top. England has like 40 something. It's just too much. It's just too much in the Americas and the Caribbean, like them holding this. And yeah, they didn't do amazing anywhere else. Like this is fine. Like getting 4 dots out of a 1 dot colony is pretty great. India is just mediocre, and yeah, I don't know, very standard to just hold the mainland stuff. But yeah, that was a really good game. Like the Caribbean was pretty decisive. Ute, I think the next biggest players were Ute, Mapuche, Safavids in some order. Um, yeah, both of those players are doing rather well. I'm kind of depressed that we lost Cairo because it meant that the GMs colored in Levant with the Safavid color. I think this is a little heretical. England Ute Saf, yeah, I believe it. But yeah, Saf had a really like clearly good press game. Like a better press game than we did, right? Because we were trying to get Saf to go against Russia. They were going against Russia, but kind of on their own terms. And then they got a bunch of Russian dots and turned around and continued getting Russian support for the rest of the game against the Asian triple. It was really good. Yeah, England, Ute, Saf, Sweden. All right, those are top 4. Might do Blitz again, not gonna lie. I might do it again too. So I hope to see you in the next one. Hopefully we can play on powers that aren't quite as inclined to opposition as Spain and Ottomans. But yeah, it was a really good game. Had a lot of fun. It was cool just trying to hold this stuff and not dying. And yeah, we kind of got cooked by Abby here. I Yeah, we got tactically outplayed and misplayed this stuff with Tripoli, Jalo, the 2 piffs here, the opportunity to get Trieste, the bounce in Naples. I think there were just a bunch of tactical mistakes that we made that we could have done better. Oh, you didn't annoy me. I mean, I was frustrated. But you as a player did not annoy me at all. There's definitely press when where you look at it when you're hostile with someone, where you're like, wow, this person's just a jerk. And that was not the case at all, right? Like we're just fighting, and fighting is fine. Like that's the point of this game. um, or well, it's not the point of this game at all, right? The point of this game is like the negotiating, but like the negotiation isn't any fun if you can't fight, if the negotiation doesn't work. So you have to be a thorn. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, like looking at this, like I don't know, I'm kind of like depressed about how this game went, right? Because like who got that much out of stabbing us? Like Russia was trying to fight us this whole time, and so like they had a bunch of units here, and they're trying to fight me and Poland this whole time, right? And they got Kiev. That's it. The one dot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's you're not fun, not to be rude. Yes. Yeah. So like I kind of question the Russian. I don't know if the opening is just not it, or I mean the opening might have just been not it. And when there were builds, like this is a really good opening for Safavids, and then the builds were very pro Safavid as well, and Safavid just did not return that. Like looking at this, and then yeah, then they built here, but here it's already too late, I think. Security for the majority of the game between display. Yeah, until the army, the fleet Gibraltar, until the fleet Gibraltar. Yeah, and you did also get. I don't know if I want to say fortunate because obviously you're playing with these people on other parts of the board, but it was really helpful to you that neither Portugal nor France had builds in key parts of the game where they could have taken Iberia. Um, and in the parts of the game where they could, they chose not to. Right, so maybe press or maybe just other considerations elsewhere on the map that got you that advantage. Yeah, we built this F Trebizond 2 here. This is not good from Russia and I. Like we know that Safids is winning, and we know like this is a unit in Poltava. Like I'm never making any progress against Russia here. So I feel like this is a peace out angle, and yeah, I kind of missed it. We kind of missed the peace out angle. Um, yeah, fun game. Okay. Well, I'll try to keep this one shorter than the last one, so maybe we'll just end here now. 5 hours and 20 minutes of chatter about this game this time. And it's still gross outside. It's like kind of muggy and like half raining, and oh, it is actually raining. Yeah, gross. So maybe I won't go outside, but I'll find something to do. And yeah, I hope you had a fun time watching, and I had a really fun time playing. I'd be super excited to play this again. You were the single biggest winner. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, this is what we're talking about. All right, we might make it to the 5.5 hour mark. Um, you were absolutely the big winner, right? Like, what did Austria get? They got Krakow. What did Russia get? They got Kiev. What did you get? Everything. Like every year it was like +2, +3 off of Poland. Like, yeah, this was not the split. I just don't think this worked from Russia. Um, and it didn't work from us either. Like we were trying to play pro Sophovit and they were just not having it. And so was Russia, right? So like there's definitely a press breakdown between us and Russia until it was just too late. Um, yeah, and then Spain sent a bunch of fleets, right? And what did you get out of it? You got Sicily, Tunis, Tripoli, like and you lost Naples. It was +2, but like this is -2, right? Like I don't know. I feel like the return on investment was not there, and that's why I was kind of saying earlier that I didn't think that full sending Ottomans was the right move in Blitz. But I think I don't know. Maybe some of the builds were just not the right thing too. Like maybe putting an army here and saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna convoy it out," or something like that as the move. Like you might scare Portugal a little bit, but just having more armies around to be able to defend against France. Like again, like I don't think the French play against Spain was good, but you built three, right? So you're up to seven. Um, I don't think the French play to attack you was particularly good, but I think just even one army was would have been enough to ward that off. This was horrible. Like A Sarajevo was just not the move for me, and bouncing Naples was not the move for me either. This is like if Naples isn't bounced here, I get there's no unit in Tyrrhenian basically, right? So I get free Ionian. I don't even have to support myself in, right? And I get to do like all the kinds of aggressive bounces to get. I get Skirky. I can get Tyrrhenian. I have a good shot. I don't know if I bounce them out of Adriatic, right? But with F Sarajevo, I think it's better. Yeah, second army for Africa for sure. Yeah, like Chamba is brutal for us to deal with on the defensive side, like as Ottomans to deal with. But it also feels like it leaves things a little open. So like one more maybe, and then like I don't know, the occasional like build an army and just like tell Portugal you're shipping it off is fine. Like if France comes to attack you, you don't actually have to ship it off. Um, yeah, this regrets. Waving Trebizond regrets. I think there were just too many pro Safavid builds between me and Russia this game, or Russia and Artyma and I. Um, what else? Yeah, what else did people get off me? I mean, obviously Abyssinia coming for me was real, and they got a lot of gains, and Safed coming after me was real, and they got a lot of gains. Uh, Austria got nothing, right? Austria got split for everything they did, and they got Naples, I guess, but yeah. I just had no ability to push. I think you just can't push here until you really struggle to push here unless you have like control down here. So that is an actually really good thing that Spain can do for Austria. Um, but yeah, super interesting game. I feel bad for Firebender for Poland. I just don't think coalitioning him was really the move. Um, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, the other thing was Ajuran, right? Like Ajuran fought us this whole time. They got one dot. Uh, and are Ajuran and the okay? They got Mandara out of working with Abyssinia actually. Russia and Austria were your alt accounts. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think as Austria, I would take the one dot on Krakow when they got it right. I don't know that I would continue fighting Poland here. I might just take the one dot, get the three builds, and then continue going for Sweden. Kind of like what I did to you, what I did to you, what I did to Firebender, right? Like just take Jassy and just be like, this was the only dot I was going to get from you anyway. I'm on your side now. It was Firebender. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Mandara here. I guess they get like marginal value here. Like oh, Abyssinia is just supporting Congo against Ajuran here. Mm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm just worried that some people don't think it's a joke. Okay. Yeah, I think Ajuran is getting something out of working with Abyssinia here, just in terms of having a free border. I think Artyma was pretty annoyed about how Ajuran refused to go for the dots here, like Borsengali, Deborah Burhan, Azande, all of his stuff. But I don't know. I think it's more of a relationship where like this is a border I don't have to worry about kind of thing. I kind of wish Aeolus was here. I think he's the only other person. Well, he's the person who wasn't here who I wish to talk to the most about this game. So, yeah. Maybe he'll catch the VOD or something and have something to say in the comments. You're actually actively working with them in your B1.2 game with Firebender? Which B1.2 game are you in? I'm country specking a couple. I'm country specking F, B, and H. I won't click on these because I don't want to reveal press. And in angle as well. And then I'm gen specking you. Are any of these your game? You want to Y, the alley game. Okay. I'll go look at it. Cool. All right. It's been long enough. I've been talking for 5.5 hours, and it is time to do something that's not talking. So I'm going to sign off here. Thanks so much to all the players who played in this game, all the people who spectated. It was all the GMs, the angels, everyone who was helping make this possible. It was just so much fun to watch, and it was a great learning experience. You know, we got beat down to all hell, but like it was fun. So I'm very glad that this happened, and yeah, like here's to the next one. I'm very excited. So yeah, thanks so much. If you've watched the video all the way up to here, I appreciate you. And yeah, catch you next time. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for being here, and thanks for keeping me company. It was glad to have you here. Yeah, thanks to everyone who came by, especially um, Diamond, Char, Artyma, Salt, Pie, Shifty, Slay. Oh man, there's gonna be more people that I'm gonna have forgotten, and I'm gonna feel so bad about it. But Artic was here. Yeah, thanks so much. All right.